Hello, my absolutely brilliant and beautiful astrology soulmates, and welcome to your November horoscope for 2024. So excited to take a look at November's astrology. There is a lot going on, but it's not in this way where it's like push to the future, heavy review of the past. November is more about looking at what's actually on your table. Realizing that so many people are waking up. You're waking up. So now while you're looking at what's on your table, you have chased these dreams. You have chased these goals. You have attempted to bring these things into your life. You have brought some things into your life. And now you get to look at it and say, is this what I really want? Is this what I have? Is this all that I thought it would be? And is it authentically where I want to be in alignment with? And the only way to do that is to be with it. Be in the power of now. Dance within your life. Dance within the gratitude of what is up and on your table. So it's really a month where I think that the reflection is here, but also this living in your world very intentionally, taking some out-of-bounds steps, being flexible to go with the changes that are going to be presented, because the changes that are coming to your table to help you evaluate if it's everything you thought it would be, are really about getting you outside of your vibrational comfort zone, but you can only get outside of your comfort zone because your vibration has changed. So it means you are on a new path. You're on a new timeline. The energy has changed. Now look around and see what you have. I'm really excited to explore that. So if we haven't met before, I'm practicing professional astrologer Stormie Grace. And if you are joining me in this video, you want to know right from the beginning that the timestamps for every single sign are in the description box down below. Click in there, scroll down, because I promise you they are there. They are always there. So click in the description box down below and you can go to your particular sign, but I encourage you to listen to the general, because I give a really in-depth breakdown of all of the movements of the planets happening throughout the month so that you have a vision of where the energies are moving and shifting to in the general view. And then you can go to your particular sign and you can listen for your sun, moon, or rising. They are created for your sun sign. And you can also listen for your rising because it just makes it easier. So choose your own adventure here. And if you need more explanation for that, I'll make sure I link a video at the end of this video explaining how and why that works, okay? All right, before we jump in and talk about the brilliant transits that are happening this month, including Pluto getting into Aquarius for the long haul, 2043 style, and Mercury going retrograde as well. If you are one of our beautiful creative entrepreneurs who maybe you teach astrology or you teach accounting or you teach whatever, where you are out running your own business, running your own thing. If you are not finding success, if you are not finding yourself profitable, if you are not finding yourself having created that course, offered that service out already, I would love for you to join me in my business school, Legatia Academy, where I spend that whole program tip to toe, showing you not only how to build your business, develop your product, and then get it out there so that you can be profitable, but I also show you in a beautiful component how to bring that work onto YouTube. And I teach a lot about understanding the value and pricing of your courses, your work, and all of this stuff, which is so brilliant because Venus is moving into Capricorn this month, and that will be a piece of the story. So if that's you, I would love to have you, especially right now while it is still in its beta testing time. So it means it's got an entry price. Click in the description box down below, and if it sounds like you, sign up. I would love to see you there. And for those of you beautiful astrology friends who are looking to bring astrology more personally into your life, jump into my astrology course from GAFA, the Grace Astrological Fluency Academy, where we teach you how to read, speak, and write the language of astrology. So jump into my 101 class if you are ready to start learning astrology. I would love to have you. Everything, timestamps, links, it's all in the description box down below. Okay, beautiful friends, into the month we go. So first of all, like I said, this month has so much more evaluation going on to it than just having to like push and rush forward to what's next or really, really clean up the past. Even with Mercury going retrograde, it's just more about a gentle evaluation of what is. Now, one of the things I want to bring your attention to is that like all month long, we have got both Venus and Mercury out of bounds. This is brilliant because when a planet goes out of bounds, we go out of bounds. So we're going to start to seek solutions. We're going to seek interactions that are outside of our normal sphere of interaction. So when we're looking at Venus being out of bounds, and I also have a video with Tony Howard about out of bounds planets. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, I'll make sure I link that as well. But when we're looking at Venus out of bounds, one of the things that we're going to see is that the way that we value ourselves, the way that we think about things, beauty, the way that, it becomes outside of our normal circle. And this is great because also Venus brings us to the point of what we really value, how we value ourselves, how we carry that expression of value forward. So a great way to work with these out of bounds energies, especially around Venus, is to go, you know what, be practical. Have you always wanted to try that hairstyle, or you wanted to try to wear a particular outfit? Do you need to come at your approach of relationships or finances from a perspective that is non-traditional, right? Venus is going to go into Capricorn. So the traditional method of making money, the traditional method of how you exist in your relationship, even if it's a wonderfully long, successful one, you might be needing to pivot. And the out of bounds energy can bring a breakthrough. Now, Mercury being out of bounds, it takes us out of bounds in how we communicate, how we gather information, how we share information, right? And so if we think about these two traveling together, they are really in their out of bounds space, pushing us to communicate our values around money, around relationships, around tradition, around the stories that are authorities in our own lives, and get new perspectives. And our fellows, everybody is in on this. No one is exempt from the out of bounds experience. So your fellows are also bringing in more insights or innovative perspectives to you. And maybe it's just an innovative perspective to you because you've never been taught it, right? How many conversations did you sit and have with your mom about the difference between money and value, being rich, being wealthy, right? What stories were you told around these things? How did relationships have to look? How did your body have to look? Is life supposed to be hard? You're never allowed to play, or you're only allowed to play. You never have to put any structure, right? There are these dichotomies that as these two get out of bounds, we have new unrestrained insights that can come to us. So I want you to kind of keep that in your mind as we're traveling this month, that as you get pushed out there to the outer edges of yourself and your society, be open. Let the information and the experience come to you. Your vibration has changed. That's why you're in the vicinity of being able to receive those new insights. Okay, let's jump into some dates, and you'll also be able to see them on the screen here. So on the 1st, we've got the new moon happening in Scorpio, and this is happening at 9 degrees. Now, the new moon is where we're going to plant our seeds of intention to begin something new. We are committing to a new path. Now, this particular path is going to be about bringing that deep transformation, bringing regeneration and emotional wellness to our surface. Now, this particular lunation is also in a really nice trine to Saturn that's over in Pisces. So we've got a water trine, and we've seen a grand water trine happening as well. But having Saturn in that position is going to ground and support the energy that is running through really building a strong emotional foundation here, no matter how intense it is, right? Because Scorpio is going to get to the root of things, the real motivation, the real truth, even if it's hidden, it's taboo, whatever that is. And then Saturn is going to hold steady there in Pisces that says, what do you really think about this? Do you really believe that you are allowed to move things forward? Are you still carrying toxic karma? Are you still carrying emotional baggage that is stopping you from really having this beautiful success in this area of your life? So as the new moon is coming on, it's going to be a great time to have an easier time, I think, with releasing some of that shadow work, releasing some of the traumas, and moving more towards the healing, understanding more deeply the way your psychology is made, and thus it informs your motives of how you go forward to do things. So that is a fantastic new moon where, as you plant your seeds of intention, to commit to a new direction, you can know that you've got a lot of stabilizing support in those energies as well. When we get to the second here, we see Mercury moving into Sagittarius. Okay, so as Mercury moves into Sagittarius, we've got the planet of the smaller mind and the details. Mercury wants all the details. Tell me all the details, right? Moves into Sagittarius, who wants the big picture. And I always love this example that Sagittarius, with that very Jupiterian big picture idea, is like, I just want world peace. And Mercury's like, I like it. Now, what are the steps that we're going to take to achieve world peace? So it's a very clear definition of the smaller mind and the bigger mind getting together. Now, as Mercury is transiting through Sagittarius, it opens the mind to big ideas, to the nuance of philosophical thinking and higher truths. What does that really mean, right? It's also, Sagittarius is much more inclined to Mercury speak their truth. And really, and this is great. We need this. Mercury is going to be going out of retrograde. So what truths are you finding out? Again, have you been taught life has to be hard? You have to suffer all the time, or that life just has to be easy? And that has been a philosophy that has maybe governed your life. And now you have found a different place of truth where you're like, I actually believe something different, or I fully believe this and I am truly embodied in my belief of this being a truth, and I am willing to build my life on it, right? I am willing to seek knowledge that expands my consciousness, my worldview around how to apply this. So this is a great transit to, first of all, again, stay open to the exploration of new perspectives. Stay open to being very mercurial and Sagittarian, learning. It's an excellent time to pick up a philosophy and study it, especially if you're trying to grow towards it. And I use money often because it's an easy example I think we can all pull onto. But if you need to have a different philosophy around money, or you need to have a different philosophy around food or rest, right? What is your recipe? Yeah, what is your recipe? And what is your philosophy around rest? Do you have a good relationship there? This is a time where you can look to be more engaging about that and letting information come to you. Now, on the 7th, we're going to see that Mercury, now in Sagittarius, is not only going to officially move into out of bounds position, but it's also going to move into its pre-retrograde shadow phase of its retrograde cycle. So what you want to be mindful of now is to just start to notice what's starting to come up for you around this time, because it's what you're going to review during the actual retrograde. Now, I can tell you as well, avoid to the best of your ability. You're in this space where philosophies are being challenged, which means you may find prejudices that you have of your own that you're running into. Avoid jumping to conclusions if you can. Okay, sometimes it peaks up in us and someone's challenging a truth that we've had for a very long time, and it can just happen. But start to pay attention to the Sagittarian things that come up for you: philosophy, beliefs, ceremonies, tradition, travel, language, education, legal things. All of those things, start to pay attention, okay? On the 3rd, we have Mars moving into Leo. Now, if you haven't watched the video that I did with Nicholas Palomanakis on Mars in Cancer, where we also covered the Mars in Leo portion of the cycle as well, because Mars will retrograde, definitely check that out. I'll put a link, okay? So as Mars is moving into the vibration of Leo, we have got, first of all, I think Mars is very happy to be out of Cancer. Not that it was bad, it was just very different because Mars can't go direct, right, at what it wants. But Mars here in fire is ready to go. So there is a dynamic, creative, bold, passionate kind of energy. And Mars in Leo is going to be ready to take more assertive action. But the action that you're taking is really about a Leo quality, showcasing your personal expression, what you believe, your personal courage to go take something on. It's a very fiery transit. So there's a lot of, leadership that comes up under this transit where you're like, I have to lead, because if I'm not leading my life, who is leading me? It can be like that. It can be that you're leading yourself out into the world with a lot of courage because you're taking pride in something that you have to offer, right? So, a great way to think about this, or to look at how you can work with it, is where can you step into a bit more spotlight and pursue projects that you want to take on, share hobbies or skills with us? Where can you align with your romantic values if you want to be dating and pulling things out into the world that way? Now, of course, Mars can bring inflammation, and Leo has a shadow side as well. So you do want to be careful to not let pride and ego and conflicts that pique up your pride and ego take you into highly inflammatory, highly competitive situations where you are not looking to take the upper road, okay? And globally, this is going to be really, really interesting as well, because we are going to see prominent figures in a very, very different spotlight. So we'll talk about that another time. On the 11th, we see Venus now move into this vibration of Capricorn. And I'm telling you, I love this transit for us. I really hope that you get to feel something delicious out of this. And if you are having this experience where you feel like your Venus energy in your chart, which is how we just attract, right? We just attract. Venus is not that hustle hard energy. Venus attracts. It's an attracting in energy. I build, I create, but I don't hustle. I build and create what I want to call to me. It's like building that beautiful designed net, right? So Venus in Capricorn brings, first of all, a very grounded, practical approach to all things Venusian, your relationships, your finance, to understanding your values. What do you value? How do you value yourself, right? Because Venus wants to uphold a value, a relationship, a set of financial boundaries that has long-term effects for you, right? Long-term goals, long-term business, long-term love, long-term stability, reliability in your life. So if you feel like your Venus energy or your ability to attract and hold on to these things is blocked, man, click in that description box down below and take the Venus Reset program that I've got going. It is fantastic. We will get you whipped into shape, okay? But other ways that you can work with this transit as it is happening in November is to, first of all, focus. Capricorn focuses. It focuses on what it is doing, right? And it stands on business. It says no to some things so that it can say yes to others. So bringing and crystallizing your focus in on building a strong foundation in your relationships, in your finances, in understanding what you value and understanding the stories that author your life so that you can see if that's really valuable to you. This is a great way to use this transit. Also, anything that has to do with long-term planning that is going to require you to have a very grounded and disciplined approach to it, right? Disciplined approach to love and money, disciplined approach to how you decide if something is in alignment with your values, okay? It's going to be a really lovely transit to experience. Now, on the 15th, we have got Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. We saw that Saturn went retrograde in June, and now it's coming direct here. So as Saturn was, first of all, moving through Pisces, we need to understand that so that we can understand how the retrograde and now the direct is bringing us back into some kind of presence. So first of all, Saturn in Pisces was really, it comes in to show us where we do or do not currently have mastery over the characteristics of that particular sign. So in Pisces, it was a lot about Saturn coming into our lives and going, do you have mastery over boundaries? Do you have mastery and discipline over spirituality, compassion, service, forgiveness, creativity, rest? Do you have mastery in these areas? And if you have not had mastery there, Saturn will make it really, really very obvious, right? Because we hit limitations. Life gets really hard. Saturn is like, no, this is just real life. This is not how you feel. This is just real life. You either have a spiritual practice in your life that works or you don't. You either genuinely have forgiven them and learned about unconditional love and forgiveness, or you have not. You are not free, right? So it becomes really, it shows us. It doesn't chastise us. It shows us where we need to develop the mastery. For some people, it will be that you have the mastery of some of these things in place and Saturn was helping you take it to the next level. So maybe you were teaching about forgiveness or you were building a course about boundaries, right? Something like that where you're taking it out to the world. So as Saturn was in its retrograde that kicked off in June, you were under review of practicing these things, building a structure. You had to sometimes rebuild a structure because you had a little bit of it when you were like 10 and then it just fell out and you're 55 now, right? So Saturn comes back and helps you to build or rebuild structures around your spiritual practices, around your boundaries, around your emotional well-being so that you can stand on them and make them very effective going forward. Now, as Saturn is direct, everything that you practice during that retrograde, it is time to put them into action, saying, okay, Saturn, to the best of my ability, I have learned these lessons that you have shown me I did not have mastery over them. And I know I didn't have mastery because I was running around with my head always on. I didn't have forgiveness of people, places, and things. I was not free. Right? So depending on where the Pisces area is in your chart as well would be that it would express itself. But now you're saying, I have learned those lessons to the very best of my ability, and I'm going to put a more disciplined approach in place. I am going to have a disciplined approach to my spirituality. I'm going to have a disciplined approach to compassion, to healing, to sharing my creativity, to rest, right? I am going to say that no, after this time of the night, I'm unavailable, right? I am unavailable. I have to rest. So take a look at what the lessons are that came in for you and see how you're doing with them now. On the 15th, we also have the full moon happening in Taurus, and it is conjunct Uranus that is also over in Taurus. So this particular full moon is about ending, acknowledge, and adjusting something. But while we've got this conjunction with Uranus, we are going to have a change. We are going to have an awakening. It is surprising. And sometimes it brings a surprising breakthrough, right? And sometimes you have to have the breakdown before you have the breakthrough. Sometimes you just have to have a breakthrough because wherever emotionally you have been sitting on the fence, especially around Tauran things, stability, security, material values, relationships, worth, food, Uranus comes and goes, bump, get off the fence, make a decision. So it can create these unexpected shifts that get us off the fence. So as we're here and you're being asked to end, acknowledge, or to adjust, you need to pivot in this area, okay? Celebrate what you've built. You have built something brilliant. Look at your table of your life and say, okay, these are the things that I called in. Is it all that I thought it could be? Right? And if not, I want to celebrate what I've done because I did do good work. And now I'm just ready for a little pivot. So be open to changes around financial conversations, value conversations, personal values. And just remember, if you're getting a change in direction here, Uranus is just shaking up that stagnant energy because you want something flexible. What is warm and flexible has life. What is stagnant and rigid and cold has death. So we want these to be as alive as possible. You can also, because listen, it's just Uranus and Taurus doesn't really like to be shaken. It would rather be stirred, not shaken, you know. Practice some grounding techniques. One of the things as a Taurus, as Uranus has been traveling through Taurus, going back to some of the writings of Edward Casey about multiple times a week, taking a warm bath in Epsom salt to ground out some of that electrical energy from the physical body has been something that's been really, really great for me. If you have other practices that are tried and true, share that with us in the comment section down below. Help the team, right? Okay, on the 19th, we've got Pluto getting back into the vibration of Aquarius. We are done with Pluto in Capricorn. Capricorns and Capricorn areas of our chart, good job. Good freaking job. Okay, good freaking job. We did good work under that. Man, didn't we do some changing? Didn't we do some changing? So now Pluto is going to be back in Aquarius. Long haul 2043 is how long we're going to work on this particular area. So Pluto being our outermost planet, we need to remember that it is going to have not only a generational energy shift, but it is going to have societal and global shifts as well. In the mundane, we are already seeing and can expect to see more massive changes in technology. governance, societal structures, societal consciousness and views and values. Now, AI, we've already seen, is up and active. And I want to say here too that I've heard a lot of people using the phrase that the machines are going to replace people. And much like in the Industrial Revolution, I don't think that that's necessarily all the way true. What I think is true, that we find ourselves in our personal lives where we need to fit into society on the precipice of understanding that the people who embrace the machines, AI, will replace the people who are pushing against it. That's more something that I feel like is true. You know, it's got that next layer of truth to it. So this is something to be thinking about, because Pluto comes and presents, as we have already danced a little bit and experienced, a fair amount of pain. It brings a pain point to us, right? Because it has to unroot very deeply outdated systems of belief, outdated systems of thinking, and give emergence to something new, something innovative that fits humanity in its best structure better. So we're going to absolutely be working on this moving forward. So some of the things you can think about now that it's here for the long haul is, first of all, go back into your history of experiencing Pluto in Aquarius. We did a little dance in 2023 from January, and in January of 2024, we did a little dance there as well. So what did you see where you were maybe being brought to the table to need to embrace, and I do mean embrace, embrace some really radical changes for you, right? Really radical changes in the area of technology, science, medicine, community, your own personal beliefs, right? And here's a really prime example I want to leave you with, especially professionals. Where did you find that you've been in your profession for a while, and now as you want to take your profession out and expand it more or continue having business come to you, you're finding that you don't exactly fit in the world out there? And this is huge, right? Pluto will get our attention with you're reaching your community or you are not. So, you know, there's a lot here. And we're going to do a separate video to do more unpacking, but this is a powerful time to be a part of movements that aim to innovate and transform at a real collective level. And the movement does not have to be something big and scary. The movement can be that you say, I've experienced this relationship pattern, and now I'm going to join a group of people who have more like-minded ideas of me, of healing that and having a different experience. That can be your great movement, okay? On the 21st, we see the sun move into the vibration of Sagittarius. We're going to go on the great adventure. We're here for the adventure, but while we're on the adventure on the 25th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in Sagittarius as well. So while we're on the great adventure to expand our horizons and our knowledge, having Mercury retrograde here as well is going to invite us to revisit, reconnect, re-edit, revise, recommunicate, reunion with old beliefs, truths, learnings, things that bring us freedom, reassessing long-held opinions about things is going to be huge. So use this Mercury retrograde time to revisit your plans, your projects, especially things related to travel, religion, ceremony, legal things, publishing, marketing, broadcasting, philosophy, any of those kinds of things. Now, again, it is Mercury retrograde, so a few terms of engagement, okay? I don't think it's the best time to sign new contracts. I just don't. If you need to and you have to, that's fine. You do it and you'll just make a plan to review. Second, look at the things that started to come into your presence as of November 7th, because that's when Mercury hit that pre-retrograde shadow time, and we're going to work on those during the retrograde. And my last suggestion is to be extra careful with communication, especially things that are legal, things that are international, or things that you are saying just online if you're publishing something, because the ability to just have something taken the wrong way and it gets really big really fast, which who can ever know exactly what that's going to be, right? But if you're thinking this is the time I'm going to launch this and go on the fight, I don't know that this is the best time to do that, but you do you for sure. All right, my absolutely beautiful friends, I love you all. Timestamps, links to all sorts of things that can help you out are in the description box down below, especially so that you can click over to your particular sign. And on the way, we've got it coming on the way for you. 5 beautiful astrologers coming together with not only your 2025 astrology horoscopes, breaking them down by different sections of life. Every astrologer's got a gift for you as well. We are going to be doing some 2025. All right, you guys, I love you. Thank you for another beautiful month, and I will see you in December. Beautiful Aries friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Aries this month. I'm telling you, I think that November is really the time where we've seen a lot. We have seen a lot this year. And in November, we're having these epiphanies, these realizations of the things that we wanted, at the beginning of the year, the things that we wanted in 2023, and the way that we want them to play out now. And it may be very different. You were looking at something and it was like, it needs to be this way. This is going to be what satisfies me. This is what's going to make my life good. And now you're re-looking at that, not only because circumstances. I really believe, Aries, that throughout the summer months, I believe that circumstances happened in your life that made you reevaluate who you really are and the direction you're really wanting to go. And this month, I think, continues to help us take a look at that. Now, we've got Venus and Mercury out of bounds pretty much all month long, which is a big deal because what it means is that, you're going to be looking outside of your normal realms of things having to do with money and your relationships, but also you're going to be looking out of bounds in terms of things having to do with your relationships, with the way that you expand, the way that you think about things educationally. So there's going to be some different boundaries than you're used to working with. And I think that that's really good at this point, because with the changes that have presented themselves, Aries, and it's making you rethink or relook at the way that you're doing things or the way you have gone about them, you need new solutions and you need new pathways and new people to be on that path with you. And they are outside of your normal comfort zone. So let's get ready to jump in here, Aries, because we are also going to see Mercury taking a retrograde at the end of the month. So we want to make sure we're using all of that really delicious energy before we get into this last retrograde of the year. All right, on the first, Aries, we have got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. Now, the new moon is where we are, again, planting our seeds of intention, and we are planting our seeds of intention to begin something new. This is the beginning of a cycle that we are taking on. So, first of all, I just want to remind you, because this is a new moon, to be choosy, be very, very choosy. The soil of your life right now, Aries, is very, very fertile. So what is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to really, truly call into your life? Now, we're going to see that this lunation sits in a trine with Saturn, and that's really great because it's going to bring a bit of grounding to whatever it is that you are attempting to begin. Now, this lunation is going to light up your 8th house space. So things in your world, Aries, having to do with deep psychological things, more intimacy, having more intimacy in your life. You've gone a little bit deeper, whether that be in your mind or that be in your body. I also think of the 8th house as the place where things go to die, but they also go to be reborn as well. So if you had a version of yourself that you felt like through those summer months in particular were dying off, now you have an opportunity to be reborn, right? But you're probably being reborn under a circumstance that made you feel like there were power and control issues. And now you're able to share this space, this dynamic with the universe a little bit more, be a little bit more resourceful, a bit more deep and perceptive. The other thing in the 8th house that catches my attention, because the 8th house and the 12th house can be like the junk drawers of the astrological houses. We put a whole bunch of stuff in them and it's like, I don't know. But in the 8th house here, it can be a detoxing. So if there has been something that has needed dedication to deep detox in your life, whether that's your body, your liver, the psychological things where you are releasing yourself from fear or heavy emotional situations, things that have been making you uncomfortable. If you've had some kind of experience, Aries, with your body that has put you in a position that you're ready to deal with the psychological trauma and the body trauma, because our bodies are keeping score, right? So there's a fair amount of release that I think is actually available with this energy as well. Now, when Mercury gets into Sagittarius, we are going to see that Mercury is going to travel through the Sagittarian vibration for quite some time, because we'll see it go retrograde actually November 15th, and then it'll end that retrograde when we get to the end of December on the 15th. But of course, you know, there's a full cycle that goes with that as well. But right now, as Mercury comes and enters into your ninth house, first of all, publishing, marketing, broadcasting, all things having to do with faith, having to do with higher learning, higher education, leadership, certifications, teaching, anything you may be dealing with that has to do with the legal system. And also anything having to do with like learning languages or learning something that is foreign to you. At this time with Mercury in Sagittarius, you're lighter than when Mercury was traveling through Scorpio and you were looking through the depths of your being. Now you're like, yeah, I'm curious. I'm optimistically curious about what's on the other side. You have a bit more faith in yourself. You're willing to just like laugh and take a risk. It's a little bit more of an easy energy, although it is still highly, highly philosophical. So as you're traveling with this particular ingress, just remember as well that we are going to see the retrograde path come back over it, so that we'll have a chance to review whatever you put in place in your starting here. Now, Mercury actually goes into its pre-retrograde shadow time when we get to the 7th of November, and that is going to be at 6 degrees of Sagittarius. November 25th will take us into the retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. We come out of the retrograde in December 15th at 6 degrees of Sagittarius. And then we will leave that full cycle on January 2nd of 2025 at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So that's the full cycle. So just remember, whatever starts coming into your life and your world around September 7th, we're going to be in review of it and get a chance to redo that all the way going until January 2nd. Okay. All right. On the 3rd, we see Mars, who spent some time when we were traveling in September in an out of bounds period. And now Mars is like back in bounds. Okay. So Mars is traveling now through the vibration of Leo and is lighting up your 5th house space. So first of all, it is a very spirited, proud, big, expressive kind of energy, but we're expressing ourselves here, Aries, in what you're doing. Now, Mars being your ruling planet and being in Leo, a fellow fire energy, it's less complicated. I think you're able to turn on your passion button a little bit more and go towards what you want with a fair bit more ease. And it's probably kind of a big presence. You're a big presence, or you are having to speak in a big way, like you're getting a big expression. Things that you like in terms of the 5th house that have to do with your hobbies or that bring you joy, pleasure, and play, you're taking action to bring and to participate in those things in your life. Now, also, the 5th house has to do with children. So for those of you out there who are going to have the children themes, it could be that your children are going back to school, or your children are becoming very expressive in some way. Some of you, this could have a fair amount to do with your sex drive being very strong. So we're making babies, or we're signing those contracts to finally adopt our babies, right? So whatever it is, look for the passion to be relatively high and the action to be there to greet it while Mars is traveling through Leo. And that'll be all the way until January 6th, because we are also going to see Mars take a retrograde as well. Now, when we get to the 11th, we've got Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn. Venus in Capricorn lights up your 10th house space. And I really like this movement for you because, first of all, as it gets to the top of your chart all the way until December 7th, Venus is an attracting energy. So it's pulling, it's attracting, it's attracting, it's attracting in. So as Venus is attracting into this 10th house, area of your chart, you're literally calling in for yourself an opportunity in your career. You're calling it to you. You're calling money to you. But what has to happen, Aries, what has to happen, I cannot stress it enough, is you've got to work with your Venus. You've got to get your talents. You've got to get your vibration right so that Venus can attract to you the finances you want, the relationship that you want. So if in your career you lack the skills or you lack the training for something, be like a Capricorn. Put your head down. Get into that training so that you can go ahead and let Venus just call to you with ease, with harmony, with balance. Let it just call to you. Now, the other way we can interpret Venus traveling through this Capricornian energy is, first of all, it is at the top of the chart in the 10th house. So you may be being really well received by the people around you because Venus tends to make us quite likable. And for you, you'll be likable right there at work and right there in public. And maybe you're even doing something beautifully artistic and people like what you've got going on. Financially and relationship-wise, you'll be a little bit more conservative because Capricorn is not with the drama, okay? So whether it be in your finances or it be in your relationships, let this be a season where you're just a bit more conservative. You're looking for things to be more long-term. You're not looking for short-term investments, whether they're financial, professional, romantic, relational, right? You want the long-term things in your world. On the 15th, we see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, Saturn has been retrograde in the vibration of Pisces all the way since June 29th, where it went retrograde at 19 degrees of Pisces. So make sure you grab your chart so you can see where that 19 degrees of Pisces is at for you. And now it's direct, of course, here at 12 degrees of Pisces. Now, as Saturn is coming and turning back into its direct motion, one of the things we know is that, okay, we've had a review of the responsibilities and the obligations that we need to take care of. We have also probably, for you, Aries, because this has been working through the 12th house space, as Saturn was retrograde, I'm curious how many of you actually found yourself running into the limitations of what you have previously believed. And typically, Aries, for you, it'll come through the mind or it'll come through the body where you find an absolute limit, right? Like where you cannot push, you cannot force it anymore. And then you're popped into a position of Saturn in Pisces, a mastery of faith. There's nothing to do but get right with the higher power, get right with the universe, get right with the vibe. It can't be Aries is just forcing it anymore. So this is going to be a time, I think, as Saturn is direct now, where you get to have, the issues that were happening in there in the 12th house or anything behind the scenes, anything that was hidden, any kind of addictions or sicknesses that were kind of stirring up, maybe even creative projects that were going on and you found limits and boundaries around them. Now, as Saturn is direct, there's clarification. Right? There's clarification of what this needs to look like going forward long term, and you're going to be able to begin to move forward. So I really like this vibration for you. I'm curious to find out where you're taking on new responsibilities, Aries, especially around your faith and around your creativity. Now, also on the 15th, we've got a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus, okay? Now, this full moon is going to be in a conjunction with Uranus, who's just there at 25 degrees. So this lunation is intense. I do think that this lunation is going to pack a punch, and not because anything really extraordinary, except for the fact that this full moon being in conjunction with Uranus and being in Taurus energy, Taurus does not like to be shaken and stirred about. It's really not looking for that. We want steady, consistent energy when we're dealing with Tauran vibration. So just by the fact that this is happening in the sign of Taurus, what we can expect is the things that have felt like they were steady and they were stable to us are really getting an upset. They're getting a fluctuation or like a shift in some way, because there could have been even or subconscious beliefs and behaviors that we were working with. And now things are getting a little bit more earthy. They're getting a little bit more earthy. You're like, it almost comes from a place that I think is more primal, where you're like, that is out of alignment with my nature. I don't want to do that. And this is happening in your second house for you, Aries. So in this particular area, as you're working, first of all, look for a willingness to make more instinctual decisions around your finances, right? Look to make more instinctual decisions around being open and flexible to new learning experiences. But there's also, it's a full moon, so we can't pass on the fact that this is going to bring in a lot of feelings, deep, lived in the earth kind of feelings. And you may be surprised at what you are expressing. You may be surprised at your own flexibility and open-mindedness to go in a new direction. You maybe even feel like, I have to go towards freedom. I instinctually have to go in this different direction. Now, the moon's also going to be in wonderful combination with both Neptune and Pluto. So I think that this works through that spiritual space that you've been tending quite a bit. And there's also this piece, Aries, that is pronounced about going in a new direction where I think that you understand as Pluto has finished these last degrees of Capricorn, where you're like, I have to move forward with skills and trainings and a being into the new world that I maybe never had to exist with before. And I have to get it together and go that way and embrace the journey. So let me know, Aries, in the comment section down below, how is that hitting you? How is that coming to your realization? Now, we'll be done with that 29 degrees of Capricorn with Pluto being over there on the 19th, because we're going to see Pluto get back into the vibration of Aquarius. Now, we've been dancing with Pluto trying to stick it out in Aquarius for quite some time. If we back up to March of 2023, we went till June of 2023. Then we went January 2024 until September of 2024. And now November 19th, we are back, and we're going to see Pluto in Aquarius until 2043, honey. Okay. So as Pluto is back here, remember that Pluto is our outermost planet. So it's also going to have global effects to our societies, what is changing for us, right? So as Pluto came into Aquarius in 2023, let's start to think about, first of all, what was happening in your world? What was changing? Where were you pushing forward? And it was like, whoa, okay, my structures are changing. Some of the old ways I used to do things, or what I believed, or how I even fit in the world before. Capricorn, right? The structures I had to belong to, because those were the authors of the story of society. They were very different. And now you have this like reformation in this Aquarian area of your chart, and it's the 11th house. Now, the first thing that this would have done personally for almost all of us is present pain. Pluto would have presented pain instead of just advanced empowerment, right? One, because we were all moving into the new vibration of Aquarius together. So the world as we have never known it. And so it was like, whoa. So we've all kind of been getting bonked around by that vibration and getting prepared to actually live in Aquarius. Now for you, Aries, this has been a change and a death and hopefully a rebirth to your friendship circles, to your long-range goals, plans, and designs for yourself, for organizations that you are connected to the way that you think and you move with technology, right? So there is a lot of death and rebirth that has happened, and really the overhauling changes in society have pushed those forward. As we get to the 21st, we're going to see the sun move into the vibration of Sagittarius. So the sun will be in Sagittarius for 1 month, all the way until December 21st. The sun's bringing light, heat, life, and vitality. So we are excited to work with this 9th house energy. Now you are, again, we're shifting from that sun, from that Scorpio vibration where it was like, pour deeply into the soul of my cup and let me explore my inner workings, to child, it is too deep in there. I want to come out. I want to go out of the house. I want to learn. I want to be courageous and go beyond my horizons. I want to see the big horizon, big picture, and I want to go out and I want to go on that adventure. Now, in the 9th house, I do think for you that a piece of the adventure is going to be faith. What is the honesty of your faith? Because having faith in something is fine. But do you have trust in the faith that you have believed? Because if I have trust in what I say I have faith in, then I am acting and taking physical actions that look like I have faith in what it is I say I believe in, right? So what is your philosophy that governs your life, and can you actually stand on that? Now, publishing, marketing, broadcasting, putting yourself out there in a bigger way, going on that adventure is absolutely, maybe you're teaching, maybe as the sun is here in Sagittarius, you feel a little bit more energy to complete trainings or to plan those trips that you want to go on. Now, we do need to remember that the sun being in Sagittarius is a Jupiterian ruled energy, so moderation. Moderation. Don't try and take on everything for the next month, right? We can't just do it all. So moderation is going to be something that's really key, especially in how you think about yourself, Aries, right? Try to stay right size the best that you can. Now, as we're going to close out this month on the 25th, we're going to see that Mercury is going to turn retrograde in the vibration of Sagittarius. And again, we already saw that Mercury was in that pre-retrograde shadow time, November 7th. Now it's retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. It will come direct on December 15th at 6 degrees of Sagittarius, and we will leave the full retrograde cycle in 2025 in January. Now, this retrograde in Sagittarius is going to be in your ninth house as well. So as Mercury is retrograding here, some of the questions we're going to be asking ourselves is, first of all, how do I need to look at how I communicate? Right? How do I communicate with people? What are the things that are coming out of my mouth that literally tell you who I am and the philosophies that do govern my life? We're rethinking these. We're rethinking our positions, our opinions, our ideas. We're reconsidering if, other teachers or mentors in our lives have something to offer ourselves. I also think that it is a great period for a reorientation to faith, right? What do you actually have faith in? For some of you, because it is the ninth house, again, you really will be changing your courses of study. For my students out there, you might be like, no, I do not want to study math. Listen, I am a fashion major, and that's okay. It's okay to change directions. Just try to be clear at the fact that this is a beautiful review time. You're able to go back over and have a refresh to anything that you would like to know. Now, in other ways around study, I want to bring this back before I close out. This is a great transit to go back to any of the courses that you have purchased in this last year, 5 years, okay? And finish them. Like actually finish the courses that you have bought, finish the book that you bought before you move on to the next one, because you may find out that you're like, wow, everything I was looking for to broaden my horizons, I've actually already had right here at my fingertips. So, and when Mercury stations direct, your communication will be a little bit easier. All of that beautiful knowledge you got put into your head during the retrograde, you'll be able to use as a positive thing to express yourself going forward. All right, my absolutely beautiful Aries friends, have a gorgeous month. Please let me know how your month is going and has gone in the comment section down below. Hello, my beautiful Taurus friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Taurus this month. We have got some action going on with the sun shining in the beginning half of the month in the vibration of Scorpio. So lighting up all things having to do with your relationships. And this is conscious, chosen one-on-one relationships. So don't just think romance. Don't just think professional. This is where you consciously choose or karmically choose to engage with another person. So we've got plenty of energy going on there as well. And we're going to see as we get into the second half of the month, towards the end of the month, that Mercury is also going to step into retrograde. We're going to welcome Pluto into Aquarius for the long haul. So the month is shifting. And really the theme, Taurus, that I see this month is that, before we have seen a lot. Like we've seen a lot here in 2024. But it's almost like the looking glass gets shifted just a little bit. And we're like, wow, the vision I had for things, or exactly what I thought was going to really make my relationships a success or make me a success in the beginning of the year. Now we're looking back going, I don't know, I've had a pivot. I've had some things happen that I've experienced that are making me say, maybe I need to course correct this a little bit, or maybe I actually found out that's not what I want at all, and I want something really different. So it's an interesting month where I don't feel like we're really being pushed on to go in one direction or the other, but we're simply, we're not looking back necessarily until we get to that retrograde, but we're just in a reflection of, okay, am I in alignment with the course that I really want to be on? Or maybe even, Taurus, you've achieved some of the big things that you wanted to achieve this year, and you're like, I don't know, it's not what I thought it was going to be. And that's great, because by process of deduction, it opens the window for you to see exactly what you didn't want. And so now you can know a little bit better about what you do. All right, Taurus, let's jump in and let's take a look at what this month has to offer. Something else I want to point out before actually I jump in here, Taurus, is that your ruling planet Venus is going to be out of bounds pretty much all month long, and we'll also see Mercury go out of bounds as well. And what this means for you is, here you are with these different realizations and perspectives, and now as your planet, your ruling planet that attracts things to you, is out of bounds, you're going outside of your normal comfort zones to have these experiences, to draw things to you. And I want to give you a really prime example of this. It's like, maybe before, Taurus, we're going to use finance, okay? Maybe before Taurus, you were drawing in a very specific and particular financial or value realm. And as Venus is out of bounds, now you're like, oh, I'm going to go this direction. And you're starting to attract finances to you in a different way, or a different quality or level of relationships that it's like you just couldn't access them before. And this is a part of why you go, oh, okay, I'm having a realization that I maybe want to take this in a different direction, or that I'm naturally attracting to me something different. Now, Mercury is also going to go out of bounds around the 6th, and then it's going to be that way all the way until December. So with Mercury out of bounds and going retrograde, what we're going to have in our experience of this energy is that you're thinking out of bounds. You are willing to explore and go out of bounds to, understand your intimacy, your investments, your connections to the past, psychological things, where you need to detox. You're just really willing to be a bit more open-minded with that exploration. All right, on the 1st here, Taurus, we have got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. And like I said, this is going to light up your 7th house space, so right across the street from you. So as you're planting your seeds of intention at this particular moon, you're planting your seeds of intention to commit to a different direction. So you're trying to commit to a new direction that you would like your relationships to go in. And because this is also in a beautiful trine to Saturn, one of the things I think happens here that actually helps you out in this particular case is that the Moon-Saturn connection is going to help you bring it down to earth, right? It grounds it. It makes it practicality. It's going to help you organize. It's going to help you be more emotionally strong with what you want to move forward, or a willingness also to seek advice from someone who is older than you to show you how to have what it is that you really want in your conscious chosen one-on-one relationships, because these relationships are significant. You're coming together in these relationships because you simply cannot get to where you need to go next without connecting to these relationships. So again, is this a mentor? Is this something in your marriage? Is this something with your sponsor? Is this you with a higher power? And you're willing to ask some questions from people who have been doing a little bit longer, and they can show you how to have the faith and the belief structure and the mind frame to grow your relationships in the direction you'd like to go. And you're willing to commit to that path. Now, on the 2nd, we see Mercury moving into the vibration of Sagittarius. And when we get to the 7th, we're going to see that Mercury actually steps into its pre-retrograde shadow time. And that is going to be happening in a way where what you want to keep in mind, Taurus, is when Mercury moves into that pre-retrograde shadow time there on the 7th, it's going to be that you want to start paying attention to what gets lit up in your life, especially around 6 degrees of Sagittarius in your personal chart. So make sure you're grabbing that personal chart. And then we'll see Mercury actually move into its retrograde period at the end of the month at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So we'll check that out in a minute. But as we are experiencing these first days of Mercury just moving into Sagittarius in general, we've got the planet of the small mind and wanting the details and wants to figure it all out, but it moves into the space of Sagittarius that wants to see the big picture and go beyond the horizons. Now, this lights up for you the 8th house space. So I don't know why. And Taurus, let me know if this is true in the comment section down below. But for so many of you, I really think you're going to have this interest in the stock market, in investing, or you're like taking on an investment or something like that. And you are really like you're moving towards it with a different kind of belief and philosophical foundation underneath you at this time. Now, the other thing that could be happening is Mercury in the 8th house. Maybe you're needing to have conversations. You need to detox some things, right? You're not going to the depths of your soul with this. You're just like, hey, that's bothering me. Or, hey, I'm really optimistic about the direction we can go. I have faith in us, but I need to ask some questions. I need to understand some things differently so that I can detox the beliefs, the attitudes, the fears that don't actually belong here. And it's cool because it's not done in a very detail-oriented kind of way. It's just like, okay, is how we're communicating with each other, is what we're doing in our intimacy and with our assets going to get us to the long-range goal. On the 3rd, we see Mars moving into the vibration of Leo, and this is going to light up your 4th house space. So home, family, real estate, property. And we're going to see the Mars and Leo dance for quite some time, because we're going to see that Mars is also going to take a retrograde. So really plan to be looking at the signatures of the Mars and Leo story that's unfolding for you all the way until January of 2025. But then we're also going to see Mars come back fully into Leo in April and then travel until June. So we've got a long story with Mars and Leo. And so what that really tells us, Taurus, is that there is a long story of focusing into your home, family, real estate, property, your parents, your roots, where you're living. Mars and Leo may be renovations that need to happen in the family, but also Mars brings inflammation. It brings inflammation where it goes. So in your home, where are you seeing that there is, you're a bit more outspoken, or people in your home are a bit more outspoken about things that are going on, and it's bringing a bit of inflammation up, because Mars is also a very, very skilled surgeon. So what comes up that is poison or is not needed anymore, or is blocking someone's creativity, their passion, their livelihood, Mars will cut it away. And that's the beautiful part, I think, of this particular Mars being in Leo transit. Now, the other side is it can just be dramatic. Listen, it can just be dramatic. Now, I would love the drama to be in your 4th house that, oh my gosh, you are, you're having more guests over to your home. There's a bit of flair. You're going to more sporting events with your family. You're doing more things. I would love for that kind of flair to be there in your home, or maybe you're even rearranging or redecorating the home. Whatever it is, doing those renovations. Mars here in your 4th house, you're going to have a long story with this. So take your time. Mars, what it wants more than anything is to be seen, to be heard, to go directly what it's at, and to be respected. So look at those levels of respect that are also available in your home. When we get to the 11th, we see Venus moving into Capricorn. Okay, so now Venus, your ruling planet, is brilliantly out of bounds. Right? It's out of bounds. It's also in the vibration of Capricorn, and this is going to be lighting up your 9th house space of publishing, marketing, and broadcasting. And we're going to see Venus in this position all the way until December. Now, as Venus is traveling in this area, first of all, you could be teaching, putting out a book, taking a course, teaching a course, anything having to do with international business, legal things, language, anything having to do with faith and philosophy, whatever it is, but Venus is attracting here. So in Capricorn, you could literally be attracting notoriety to you. You're attracting something long-term, like, you're attracting goodness to your name. You're attracting mastery. You're attracting people to you who are more serious about the craft or the training or the teaching that you want to be taken on. And the thing I like about it as well is that there is a Saturnian element, of course, because it's Capricorn. So there's a business element here too. Taurus, there has never been a better time, especially if you live in a first world country, to be making money. There's just not. And attracting the vibration of the right kind of client that you can actually help to you. There is never been a better time. So go ahead and call it in, attract it in, write that book, teach that course, right? Start that podcast, because also Venus is going to allow you to be really attractive. People receive you well under that vibration. On the 15th, we see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. This is going to be what we experience first, okay? So Saturn went retrograde June 29th at 19 degrees of Pisces and is coming direct at 12 degrees of Pisces. So lighting up your 11th house space in the general, but of course, please make sure you are checking what that is in your own individual chart. Now, as Saturn is coming direct in this area, one of the things that we really were taking a look at while Saturn was retrograde is our relationship to our responsibilities, right? Our responsibilities, our obligations. For you, it was in the 11th house space of friends, social groupings, long-range goals, designs that you have for yourself, Taurus, but also things having to do with technology, with social media. And you were reflecting on your responsibilities around these things, but also at the same time, you might have been finding limitations, right? Where you're like, whoa, I have got some limitations in that area. And in order for me to come to the other side of them, maybe I even have some karma in this area. And so you've spent this retrograde being responsible for cleaning up for that a little bit. But I really think more than anything, the retrograde, in terms of being able to like grasp onto it, you know, and go, okay, here's what I'm actually responsible for. It could have been a time for you that was more about how do I call in stability, and a stability of Pisces things, faith. How do I call in faith into my life? How do I call in a new belief system, a new mindset, even in this particular area? How do I call in the responsibility for being of service in my friendship groups, in the organizations that I'm a part of? How do I demonstrate the maturity, the self-discipline, the patience, the reliability in these particular areas? So it could have been an aspect and a transit and a time that as Saturn is coming direct now, you feel really proud of yourself. Maybe even the people in your social groupings or in that social space have more respect for you at this time. So there's just a lot of mastery that was really well available for you, okay? Now, when we are also in the same day, we're going to see that we have a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. Now, this particular full moon, of course, is going to tell us that we need to end something, acknowledge something, or make an adjustment. There's a pivot that needs to happen here. However, this lunation is also in conjunction with Uranus. The moon is in conjunction with Uranus here at this particular time. Now, that is going to pack a lot of punch, okay? So it's going to pack a lot of emotional punch, but it doesn't have to be bad necessarily. It's going to add a level of, it's like impulsiveness and emotion come together. So you do need to be mindful, Taurus, of what you're doing with yourself. And you're not just, being the lioness out on the plains, just eating anything that comes by. Let's be a bit more discerning. And instead, let it be a time, Taurus, where you are just more open. You are much more open to different solutions, different ideas. You are open to your own genius, right? Where is your zone of genius? This flash of insight that just comes to you. And I encourage you to follow that, right? What is your flash of genius that comes to you? And it's like, oh, okay, wait a minute. I do know how to do that. I'm really good at that. I know how to express that. I know how to help somebody with that. Yes, this goes a little bit against traditional standards, or maybe even, Uranus is an outer planet, society standards, but I actually know how to do this. Now, I also think that this gives you, at a societal level, just a small titch of detachment from what people, places, and things think of you. So it gives you a bit of courage to walk and to move forward, which is really nothing but good and nothing but useful to help you out with this particular lunation. So whatever it is, look at the fact that we've also got Neptune and Pluto involved. So Taurus answering some of these questions about, do I have a faith? Do I have an ideal in how I'm going to be able to exist in the new world? Because that Pluto is at those last moments. I'm literally talking last moments of being in Capricorn, and then we're done. So the world that we have existed in before does not exist anymore. So where are you with technology? Where are you with understanding AI? Where are you with creating a new future that has your own flexibility and your own freedom in it, Taurus? Hopefully at this time, you've got a level of faith and adventure and curiosity and innovation that you're ready at an emotional level to pop forward. Speaking of Pluto getting out of Capricorn, we've got Pluto stepping back into the vibration of Aquarius here on the 19th, okay? And this is going to light up that 10th house space again some more. Now, Taurus, we saw that Pluto gave us a little taste of its adventure that it's going to take us on in March of 2023 all the way to June of 2023. So start to think for yourself, in the Pluto in Aquarius areas of your chart, what was lighting up for you? But also, Taurus, what in the general started to shift around your career, around your reputation in public, right? Now, the first thing that it might have brought you was pain, where you're like, whoa, what is that? I am not in alignment. What is that? And it's like it was leveling you out a bit, because Pluto will get you in alignment with that Aquarius vibration, because what doesn't align will have to go. What can't grow will have to go. So did you lose your job? Between January 2024 and September of 2024, did you lose your job? Did you have pain points around your job, around work, around debt, around your name, your reputation? Were you advancing, demonstrating a massive amount of mastery? What was changing in your career or your reputation area of your chart? Because now, November 19th, going all the way to 2043, honey, like we are invested now. We are in a new world. We are in a new world order, and there is a place for you to fit, but it has to be done very, very differently. So go back into your own story and see what was already shifting, and it probably came to you from pain, and now it can be empowered mastery. On the 21st, the sun is going to move into Sagittarius, lighting up that 8th house space. And on the 25th, we're going to see Mercury stepping into its retrograde in Sagittarius as well. So again, lighting up the 8th house space vibration. Now, we are going to see, just to recap the dates for you, we're going to see that Mercury moved into its pre-retrograde shadow time November 7th, and that was at 6 degrees of Aquarius. So as of November 7th, what started to come into your life, into your world, in your 8th house, where you're like, what is that? I'm starting to take a bit of notice about how I'm communicating over here, how I'm thinking about things over here, my inner awareness, especially in the big picture, philosophies. I'm starting to think about, even what I think about learning and techniques and languages and projects that are in my life, about intimacy, about assets, about the stock market. I'm starting to think about it right there in November 7th. Then we get to now the 25th, and we're seeing Mercury take that retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius, and going all the way until December 15th back to 6 degrees of Sagittarius, and then fully leaving that retrograde cycle January 2nd at 2025 at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So what's happening now is we are in review. We are reviewing. What have you thought? What have your past old beliefs and ideas been around 8th house matters, intimacy, assets, stocks, bonds, investments, sex, collaboration, friendships, right? The deep friendships, the ones that are going below the surface, topics that you have felt like are taboo. Now, I do want to say too, Taurus, I think this is really big and important, that this retrograde for you, Mercury and Sagittarius in general, but the retrograde is important because you may be feeling the space of differentiation between yourself and previous groups that you were even connected to, right? It's really this idea of when you find out that you're capable of something else and you want to go into a different direction, and you start to expand your horizons and go that direction, and you start to feel the pain, 8th house, of people not really accepting you. But then there is a whole group of people beyond your horizons who've been waiting for you to come, and they think and believe and make decisions just like you do. Now, the 8th house, as we're doing this retrograde, is also going to be a place of forgiveness, I think. You get a different objective perspective on the decisions you made in the past because of who you were. Right? You did what you did at the time because it's what you know and it's who you were. You're almost enlightened, right? You can see why you did what you did. And moving forward, especially as we move into 2025, you're coming forward with a lot of perspective and a lot of forgiveness for yourself and a willingness to continue to expand. All right, my beautiful Taurus friends, I hope you have a gorgeous month. Please let me know how it goes in the comment section down below, and what significant new ideas are coming in for you that you're ready to see them birth in 2025. Let me know. I'll see you next month. Beautiful Gemini friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Gemini this month. I kind of like the month because, we're not so much in this reflective place where we have been with all of this retrograde energy. And in October, retrograde energy was maximum. So we were doing a lot of reflection, a lot of slowdown. And now we're not in reflection. We're more in choice. Right? It's like all of these things that have been happening and the way you've been shaping your life and developing really from the beginning of the year. And I'm talking the astrological year. So last Aries season coming all the way until now. You maybe had wants or desires, or even the kind of work that you wanted to do in your life, or the kind of health connection you wanted to have to your daily routine. And now, as we're here in November, it's like you've had a chance to look around and you're like, okay, I've done some things. I've created some things. I've been through some things. Likely for very many of you, something happened in your health sector that it kicked you in a different direction, right? It got you on a different footing. And you're looking around going, okay, cool. I've built some things. I've done some things. Do I want what I have now? And if I do want what I have, how do I stay on this particular path and make it the very best that it can be? And I think that that's really what November lets you review is, okay, I've achieved the goal. Is it all I thought it would be? Or am I ready to pivot just a little bit? So really kind of an interesting energy. Now, your ruling planet Mercury is going to go retrograde this month, but it's also going to go out of bounds, along with Venus traveling out of bounds. So Gemini, what that signals to us this month is that you're also going to be moving outside of your comfort zone for answers and for experiences. Mercury is really going to be traveling for the most part of the month. It's going to be traveling in your 7th house, and that's all about conscious chosen one-on-one relationships. Then we're also going to do some retrograde through that area as well. So going outside of your normal comfort zone or your normal conversation zone in your relationship, seeing what else this other person has to offer. What kind of new conversations are you welcoming to the table that maybe you just never could consider from a certain perspective before? Now, Mercury in Sagittarius is really going to take you, you're seeing the big picture. You are going beyond the horizons. But it's also a very forward motion or forward gazing sign. So it really does want bigger information, more information to move forward. And it's pretty optimistic. So you definitely be gathering some different kind of conversation this month that helps you decide if your relationships are really where you'd want them to be. So let's jump in. Let's talk about what's going on this month. Okay. All right, Gemini, right here at the beginning of the month, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio, lighting up your 6th house space. So right here, you're planting your seeds of intention to begin a commitment and take on a commitment to something new in your daily routine, your daily health routine, your daily self-care routine. It's really an opportunity to make a commitment to establish new habits that contribute really positively to your overall well-being, but also because it's scorpionic energy, it gives you an opportunity to work from a deeper place, right? You're setting these seeds of intention here to almost weed out, Scorpio, the things that are stopping you, the habits that are stopping you or stopping contributing positively to your well-being. And you're looking for, at a deep level, how can I enhance these things? Now, the same will go for business things as well. If you're looking for a job, I actually think that this new moon is a great energy to help you activate the job seeking or the employee seeking or the contract seeking area of your chart, because it's going to show you where you need to have an improvement or where you need to prioritize some kind of routine that allows the job opportunities to really flow through you. And it also get you clear on the kind of job opportunities you would like to work with. On the 2nd, we've got Mercury now moving into Sagittarius, and that is going to be a long trip, a long transit. It's going to take us all the way really to January of 2025. So get sorted, get seated here, because Mercury's going to be working through that 7th house, like I said, being pretty optimistic, pretty future forward minded, and wanting to have different kind of conversations or gather different kind of information, especially around your relationships. And then Mercury will move into its pre-retrograde shadow time just here on the 7th. Now, as it moves into its pre-retrograde shadow time, that's going to be at 6 degrees of Sagittarius. So please make sure you are locating that on your personal chart. And then it's going to travel all the way to 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So these are the degree posts that we are watching for this retrograde. And keeping in mind that, as we get to the end of the month is when we will actually step into the retrograde. Now we're just starting to bring some things to our attention. All right, on the 3rd, we have got Mars moving into the vibration of Leo, and this is also going to be a very long tour and story, so settle in, okay? Because as we see Mars move into Leo today, we're going to be having this dance in this conversation because Mars is going to take a retrograde until January of 2025, but then Mars needs to get back to doing its travel through Leo, and we're going to tell that story between April and June of 2025. So let me tell you what. In your third house, which is about communication, it's about learning, it's about writing that book, it's about buying and selling things, especially homes and cars and things like that. It's contracts that you're entering into. But the third house is also about siblings, right? So what is going on that you're having to take a little bit more action around things with siblings or things around your home or things that you're writing or you're teaching? You know, Mars is going to bring a lot of activation to this particular area of your chart. And so as you're going along, you're going to have this this story essentially of where also things need to be upgraded. Where do we need to have an upgrade to that website? This is the third house. Where do we need to have an upgrade to the conversation with the siblings? For some of you, Geminis, I was having this vision of you actually like having to help a sibling move or something like that. Like you're literally putting in the elbow grease work and you're in motion. And for some of you, I don't love it. I don't think it's the best, but you know, sometimes we have breakdowns before we have breakthroughs. It's like there is a pretty dramatic conversation that is going to be had with maybe a sibling or around some kind of contract that you've been engaged with. On the 11th, we see Venus move into the vibration of Capricorn. This will light up your 8th house space. Now, as Venus is traveling through Capricorn, remember that Venus is an attracting planet. It is an attracting planet. It is not a go-get-it planet at all. So as Venus is traveling through Capricorn in this 8th house, it's the space of intimacy and assets. So as you start to think about this 8th house, what you want to know is that you are deeply connected to what is going on in this particular area of your life. This is nothing that is surface level. And in Capricorn, you're being relatively reserved, or you're making decisions about what's going on in your intimacy and assets in a way that is long-term. You want the long-term best outcome for this particular area. So, you know, in the place of the 8th house where you're having, during this transit, you're really reviewing committed relationships, both financially and emotionally. You're looking to create stability, responsibility, the long-term energy there. Maybe you're having a different arrangement around your shared resources, around what intimacy means for you, what transformation means for you. So, you know, I think during this transit, it's a great time for you to be encouraged to evaluate your financial partnerships, your investments, your debts, and get a much more disciplined approach to what's going on. It is really a time to restructure joint finances, whether that be, you know, finances of you and your partner, you and a loan, you and a collaboration, or maybe affiliate marketing or something like that, because it's just, the point is with Capricorn, it needs to lead to long-term stability. On the emotional side, because Venus is not separated from the emotion, she's literally calling in a vibration, right? So on an emotional side, you might feel that pull towards, I need deeper connections where I'm really taking responsibility. I'm really trusting. I'm really craving a loyalty. You know, those would be the signatures that are really coming up in this 8th house space. On the 15th, we've got Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, as Saturn was traveling through its retrograde, we were really reviewing, you know, where we needed to pick up a bit more responsibility. And I'm sorry, let me say this. Saturn turned retrograde June 29th, and it was at 19 degrees of Pisces. So make sure you're tracking that 19 degrees. And as it's coming direct at 12 degrees of Pisces. So you do want to make sure you can check that out in your own personal chart to see where that's actually working for you and not just in the general. Okay. So, but as Saturn was traveling its retrograde, we were looking at where we needed to pick more responsibility up, where we were encountering boundaries and limitations and structural things where it's like, wow, I'm just really not able to push past this. And for you, Gemini, this has really been in your 10th house. This has been in the career, right? In what you do for work, in your reputation, in your soul level calling, where you take a skill that you have and you are putting it out to the world. world in some way. And it also, I think, could be said, especially for you, Gemini, because you're ruled by Mercury. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into this. It could have been about life goals that you had for how you would like to be known in public. Okay. Anyways, so now as Saturn is out of this retrograde where we maybe experience these delays, these setbacks, or these periods where you just had to reassess your public life because you were like, whoa, I found a limitation. Now, as Saturn is direct, what you have the opportunity is to apply everything that you learned. And also, we cannot miss, Gemini, that Saturn's movement and Saturn's lessons make us come in contact with the pieces of us that have to have patience and endurance. And we have to take responsibility for that level of discipline in order to have what it is that we want in our experience, right? So in the 10th house, of course, you might have been getting more aligned with that professional path. But in Pisces, it was because it was a path that is in alignment with your spiritual values or maybe your creativity, your creative pursuits, something like that. Okay. As we get to later in the day, we're going to see that we've got a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. And of course, this is going to light up your 12th house space. And of course, it's in earthy Taurus. Okay. So this is going to be something that touches on your material reality and how you are moving. This is also going to be a piece of a cycle that's already happening for you. You've already been in it. You've already been working on something. So now you're going to need to take time to pivot. So as we're looking at this, it's bringing an opportunity for you to acknowledge or make an adjustment to something. And Gemini, this is really about not just that inner reflection, not just the spiritual insights, right? Because those are all things that live in the realm of the 12th house. But Taurus is a sign connected to stability, to security, to sensual pleasures, the sensing of your body. So this full moon represents a really powerful time for you to release or to embrace where the inner transformation is now providing outer results as well. And this has all been stuff, Gemini, that's maybe been going on behind the scenes and an unseen aspect of your life in somewhere. But now at this particular point, you are needing to pivot so that your plan can bring in grounding, so that it can bring in security, so that you can be even encouraged, right? You're a mutable energy. Taurus is a fixed energy. So you might be encouraged to release anxiety and worry about all the material concern and instead work through the space of that creativity and the spiritual development, and just know that you're worthy. Your work is worthy, even if you're not fully attached to getting all of the material things. And the only way I think that you're able to do that at this full moon is to allow this connection that is here at this moon with Uranus to pop you outside of your comfort zone, right? You're popped outside of your comfort zone. And so you're like, wow, if I'm really practicing like my inner self-care, then my external reality will start to show up in exactly the way that I need it to be. You know, one of the other things is Taurus is very sensual. It is a very sensing, sensual energy. So Gemini, as you're having this moon and maybe over the next few weeks, I keep seeing the word retreat for you. You know, whether it's that you're like, I need to retreat from the outer world and go spend time in a little bit of solitude for myself and re-engage my spiritual practices, meditate, journal, visualization, vision boards, all of those things. Or maybe it's that you are even planning behind the scenes some kind of retreat. And I even think that it would be a retreat that is based on the 12th house, creativity, spiritual practices, but a big one could be forgiveness. So let me know how that reaches out to you through the vibe, the cybernet, in the comment section down below. Okay, after that, we are going to see that Pluto comes back into Aquarius. Now, we did these last moments, right? We did these last moments of Pluto being in Capricorn, and it really let us see that the old world is over, right? Like the things that we needed to bring forward from what the old structure in Capricorn was will come forward and serve us well. But a lot of pieces fell out. So even how you relate in the world, Gemini, might be very different at this time. But we've had a chance to dance with this Plutonian energy. Let's remember that, okay? This is nothing new. So first of all, we had our first taste of Pluto in Aquarius, March of 2023, and that took us through June of 2023. Then January to September of 2024. We've been here already. So for you, Gemini, in your ninth house of publishing, marketing, broadcasting, how has this energy allowed you to die off? Because typically the first encounter with Pluto here is going to be pain. We encounter a pain point. Where has this been painful for you, where you're like, I'm not publishing, marketing, or broadcasting. I am feeling the pain, or I'm searching for a greater truth. And even in the search for my truth here, it's painful, but what comes on the other side of it is a new philosophy, really deep transformation. You are shedding maybe some of the power dynamics that have been happening here because you've uncovered all kinds of hidden truths that you really couldn't connect to without the help of this particular transit. So go back and think to those times. What has really changed for you? How has your experience or your exploration with education, ninth house, changed? Right? Are you covering deeper topics or more intense topics and you want to go that direction? You're like, oh, I really want to know more about this. Is your gaze turned more to travel and to culture? Are you in a position where you're so much more aware, like globally aware, because Pluto's an outer planet, and so you're like the humanitarian spirit has really hit you. You have more international connections. You're become focused on global issues, human rights, technology, environmental things, whatever it is. There's been a deep pain that has come with it, but the overall idea is deep personal transformation that not only touches your previous philosophies, but touches your worldwide view and then your belief system connected to that, right? So let me know what that is for you in the comment section down below. Now, on the 21st, we see the sun move into Sagittarius, and on the 25th, we are going to have Mercury take its retrograde there in Sagittarius as well. So this is all lighting up your seventh house. So it's all relationships. We're going to be reviewing these relationships for quite some time. And the nice part, I think, about this is that as Mercury, your ruling planet, is seated in Sagittarius, while there can be the challenge of getting the communication together, right? Because Mercury wants the details and Sagittarius is like, yeah, wait, I've got the big picture. That's what I'm interested in. Where it's actually useful is if they can calm and settle into each other's vibration, the reflection, the review, the rethinking about your relationships and how you communicate in those dynamics can be seen as the adventure that Sagittarius wants to go on, because Sagittarius energy wants to go on the adventure. It wants to go on the exploration. And now you're exploring the truths, the beliefs, the big picture ideas around your relationships, old ideas, old relationship dramas. You're revisiting truly rethinking your beliefs around partnerships. And I'm not just talking romantic, okay? Because Mercury retrograde in this particular area of your chart is going to call you to rethink your beliefs around relationships. Are your current partnerships aligned with your personal values? Do you and your partner share a similar big picture kind of goal or philosophy? That's the journey, right? Because if you're aligned in those ways, if the core is right, even if everything else looks like it doesn't match, you guys go on the journey together. So it's going to be a time to reflect on whether those relationships actually support your growth, support the big picture. But also Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, which is a sign of mutual benefit. So your relationships are also be like, is this mutually beneficial? That includes legal relationships. During Mercury retrograde, I do not think it is the best time to enter into a new partnership, sign new contracts, because it's like you're just overlooking the details. And it is a setup for future potential complications. However, I think it is a great time to review any existing contracts, negotiations. Maybe you need to renegotiate some terms or revisit any kind of ongoing business relationships that you currently have going on. All right, my absolutely beautiful Gemini friends, let me know how the month is unfolding for you in the comment section down below. I love you, and I will see you in December. My beautiful Cancerian friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Cancer this month. It's really interesting because it's like in the rest of the year, we've seen some things, we've encountered some things, and we were really pushing towards a certain set of goals, right? And so now as we arrive here in November and we are out of this maximum retrograde energy that we were experiencing, and we've just been a little bit more into the year, you've achieved some things, and it's like, is this all I thought it would be? Is this what I want? And now that I have it even further, right? Now that I have what I was aiming for, do I have the structures, whether they be emotional, spiritual, mental, physical, material, financial? Do I have them in place to keep what it is that I worked to bring into my life? So I think it's a really interesting month, and I am curious to see where your assessments and your evaluations lead you to in current time. So let's jump in and talk about what's going on this month, because we will see Mercury go into retrograde. Pluto will come back to the energy of Aquarius, and we're going to see both Venus and Mercury go out of bounds, which means we are looking outside of our normal spheres to let answers and experiences come to us, and that is good stuff. All right, Cancer, right at the beginning of the month on the 1st, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. And this particular moon is going to sit in a really nice connection with Saturn that's in Pisces. So we've got a water trine going on here. And that really is a representative to us that, you know, there's not only the harmonious connection, but the pocket of opportunity for the transformation, to commit to a transformation under these energies. But what you're committing to is the transformation of structures that are going to have long-lasting change in your life. And they are deeply personal to you because they are rooted in healing. They are rooted in growth, right? Now, this particular new moon is going to be happening for you and lighting up your 5th house space. So what we're talking about, first of all, is creativity. This is a new chapter in your creative life. This is a new chapter in your romantic life, or anything regarding children. So if you're feeling that pull towards committing to transform how you express yourself creatively, or to deepen romantic connections, this is something that I think is going to actually be really helpful for you and helpful in guiding you. And it's also going to bring that connection to Saturn, the structure, to your philosophies, to your beliefs, to your spiritual pursuits that you have to have in place in order to maintain these kinds of relationships. So it's going to be interesting to see how the trine here, it will encourage you to kind of emotionally balance some kind of spiritual discipline that's happening here. But it is going to be interesting to see your creative expressions, your spiritual philosophies, your psychological growth that comes from this particular moon. But also remember, it's the beginning of a cycle. So you're getting it started now. There's going to be more work to come, okay? Now, when we get to the 2nd, we're going to see that Mercury shifts into the vibration of Sagittarius, and we are going to be experiencing Mercury in Sagittarius for quite some time, because Mercury is going to do its retrograde here as well. So we're really going to be in this transit for quite a bit. So you can make that known to yourself right now. And we're also going to see that Mercury is going to move into its pre-retrograde shadow time on the 7th. And that pre-retrograde shadow time is going to, for the most part for us, be a lot about recognizing what's starting to come up for us. But right here, as Mercury shifts the energy into Sagittarius, it's going to light up your 6th house space. So for you, beautiful Cancerian friends, this is going to be about this expansion. It's going to be about expanding and communicating your work and your health routines, you know, and not only that, I think your daily routine, the health, the wellness, the being of service to other people is really loaded with this desire to explore. You know, you're like, I want to explore a new technique. I want to explore a new approach to how to go about this, because ultimately Mercury needs the details. It needs a path, especially a path of learning to follow so that you can methodically, step by step, put something in place and get it together. But Sagittarius wants to try a new technique and go on the adventure. And in the end, the goal for both of these energies is that they are more big picture energies. It's like, okay, is what we're doing going to get us to the goal that we are actually looking to have in our lives? So if you're wanting a better relationship with your health and your fitness and your wellness, or you're wanting to, in the 6th house, call in something in your job or your work, or you want to get a different, routine going there. Now, the one thing I will say is because Mercury wants all those details and Sagittarius wants the big picture, you do have to pay attention to paying attention, because that Sagittarian energy can be thinking way too big and miss details. So, watch your mouth, try not to be so abrasive and so abrupt, and watch those details to the best of your ability. And also keep in mind, we're going to have a Mercury retrograde, so if you make a mistake, you're definitely going to have a chance to clean that thing up. Okay, on the 3rd, we have got Mars moving into Leo. And this is going to be another long transit, another very long story. We're going to dance with this Mars Leo all the way until January of 2025, because Mars is going to take that retrograde. And then Mars needs to get back into the Leo vibration, and it will do that in April of 2025. So we've got a very long story that is unfolding here. Now for you, Cancer, this is going to be Mars moving into your 2nd house space. So anything that has to do with your finances, how you make money, how you value your money, the creative skills and talents that you have that you go out to the world and you make money with, right? Financial pursuits here, you are taking them on with a passion, because that's the Leo way. It's passionate. It is big. It's a fiery energy. So you're wanting to get into the depths and the ushy-gushy of expressing yourself. You're confident about what you're doing. Now, one of the things to remember is that Mars is also Mars. So we need to be mindful, because Mars can bring inflammation where it goes. And then what happens is you are impulsively spending, or you're valuing something you don't have the value correct on it. You're giving it too much value, right? So we just want to be mindful about that particular energy, but keep in mind that Mars is brilliant. Mars is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant surgeon. Okay, so when Mars needs to have something be inflamed in order to be talked about, to be acknowledged, to be recognized, it will cut away what is poison or what is toxic. So you do have a helper here if things get a little bit out of whack, or they currently are out of whack, right? So just keep that in mind with this Mars transit, and you are going to see this and work on this. Again, some more still, it's not quite over. Now, on the 11th, we've got Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn. So Venus here, we want to remember, is that Venus is an attracting in energy. It is a calling in, calling to us energy. It's not going out to get it. This is not your hustle hard energy. That's Mars. But Venus here is about calling to us. So we're highlighting at this time commitment, responsibility, how we love and how we spend our finances, and practically how we value them, how we value our relationships at a practical level. Things having to do with the value of beauty. So this is a great transit if you sell beauty things, or you're a beauty content creator, or maybe a fashion creator or something like that. Because when Venus is traveling through Capricorn, it just really brings a focused, grounded, long-term, wanting to call in long-term kind of energy to the table. Now, of course, over in Capricorn, it is lighting up your 7th house space. So at a much deeper level, that focus of calling in commitment, calling in that long-term energy and responsibility. I think that what you're going for here is you're genuinely letting Venus call to you stability, mutual respect, reliability. So this is going to be a transit that I would say is an excellent time to formalize any kind of relationships. You know, if you want to enter into some kind of long-term connection with another person, whether it be in work or it be in romance, it's going to work. Right? Because through relationships, that's how we make these connections and go to the next level. And also any challenges that come up, you're going to be a lot more mature and grounded to be able to tackle them. So go for it. Okay, on the 15th, we see Saturn coming out of retrograde in the vibration of Pisces, and this is going to light up your 9th house space. So as we're seeing Saturn come out of this retrograde and light up that 9th house space for you, first of all, we've had a review of our responsibilities, right? Where we needed to be responsible, especially where we needed to find a bit of discipline in believing that we're allowed to go to the next level, believing that we're allowed to have that next level of study or bring our skills to the next level. So you may find that as Saturn is now direct, you're willing to take on a more serious course of study, or you're more open to explore your spirituality. And there's like a dedication and a focus to it because Saturn would have shown you you need it and you're screwed without it is essentially the story, okay? On the 24th, on the same day, we are going to see the full moon happening in Taurus, and this full moon is conjunct Uranus. So it's telling us we need to end something, acknowledge something, or to make an adjustment. Now, this is going to be where you're adjusting and you're pivoting in your social life, your social involvements, your groups. Uranus means that your groupings or even things on social media for you, you could have a contact that happens unexpectedly. But what's really nice about it is that this unexpected innovation of energy can open doors to new connections that you just haven't previously been able to open yourself. All right, when we get to the 19th, Pluto moves back into the vibration of Aquarius, lighting up your 8th house space. So you are deeply, deeply, deeply going to be working on some transformation in terms of your intimacy, honest, chosen, deep, intimate connection, your resources, how you share your resources. And Cancer, it's going to be a season where you're going to get a lot of deep healing. If you have any mother wounds, father wounds, relationship wounds, financial wounds, this is going to be the period of your life where even if it comes with a little bit of pain, the growth that comes on the back of every little bit of pain is going to lead you to so much healing. It's so much healing. And in the areas that you are healed and you are empowered, you're going to be able to maximize this shared resource zone. You're going to be able to clear away that debt, karmic debt, relationship debt. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, when we get to the 21st, we see the sun moving into Sagittarius, and the 25th will bring Mercury into retrograde in that Sagittarian vibration. So you are going to be reviewing all of those things that kicked in when Mercury moved into Sagittarius on the 2nd, the health, the wellness, the daily routine, improving your health and wellness and daily routine to include your mental health and wellness as well. Now, for those of you who will also be looking for jobs or work, or you're maybe a freelancer, contracts. This will be a great time to go back over contracts before you sign new ones. Make sure that you are connected deeply to all of the terms and the conditions. Make sure conversation is open in your day-to-day contact kind of way so that you can let this be the most enlightened perspective and the enlightened connection so it's useful to you as you travel forward. All right, my beautiful Cancerian friends, I love you. Have a great month, and I'll see you in December. Hello, my absolutely beautiful Leo friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Leo this month. I actually love the vibe because we've been doing a lot of dancing back and forth between, okay, this is where the world is going in the future. Now I need to really review in the past. And as we arrive in November, we're at this kind of nice, steady place in the middle where we get to just see where we are, who we are, what's going on, and do we like what's actually on the table? Do we like what we've created? Do we like, what's here, and would we like to continue to grow it? So it's this interesting dynamic as we look at the November energy where it's like, yes, there's been this great movement towards, I'm really passionate about this, I really want this over here, but there's also an opportunity to stop and look at what you have acquired, what you have built, and go, is this all that I thought it would be? And if not, to do a little bit of course correction. The other thing I like about the energy of November is that there is a lot of, especially for you this month, Leo, there's a lot of just stand still, be in the now level processing that is going to be really helpful for you because it's not always move forward, move back. Sometimes the power of now, especially in November, is really about you've got to stand here and deeply feel through the feels of what is going on, what has been, and what is. So that's very much so the theme we are looking for this month. We will also see that Pluto is going to move back into that Aquarian energy for the long haul. So genuinely, Leo, your relationships are about to undergo the most massive change that they have ever gone in your life. And I really believe that it is all for the better. We will also see Saturn coming direct and Mercury heading into retrograde. So Leo, let's jump in here and see what's going on. right at the beginning of the month, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. And this new moon is going to be an opportunity to plant your seeds of intention for what you'd like to begin. And you want to commit to a beginning of it, right? And what it's going to be about for you is going to be this energy of, first of all, it's a lunation in the first place, and then it's in a lunation house. So there is heavy emotional undertone that is available here. So your attention, though, is all about focusing on your home, your family. It's an invitation to commit to nurturing and creating a foundation for emotional well-being, not just in your home, but also your home inside of your body, inside of your being, right? What do you need to have emotional wellness and emotional understanding? Not to mention, because this is a new moon, you're likely going to be also moving towards the new level of emotional understanding that is healing. So the question I would leave for you here is, one, do you feel like you have and are creating some kind of supportive, nurturing home environment, or what needs to change? And that includes an inner healing that creates that supportive internal home environment as well. And what emotional foundations do you need to either establish or strengthen within your home or your family life in order to really have this healing? Now, a lot of what happens in the fourth house as well, especially with a scorpionic moon, is that we're going to dig a bit into the past, so it's a bit reflective. The memories are popping up. They're coming to your attention. This particular lunation is also in a trine to Saturn. So we've really got some old stories of what has been the authoring of your story in your life, right? Who told you that that's what you needed to do, that that's what you needed to have, that that's how things have to be? Who told you those things? So you may be going back to it. And it's a really brilliant energy when you're able to look at it and have a new beginning in your own life. And it's the kind of new beginning that is separate from the stories that were authored for you and into you, to having a new long-range balance in your life that's related to what you believe today, that encourages you to be responsible for how you are at home and then being able to take that out into the world. It's really a beautiful moon. Now, on the 2nd, we're going to see that Mercury moves into the vibration of Sagittarius. And as Mercury moves here in Sagittarius, first of all, we get excited because communication gets, expansive. It gets expansive. Mercury wants all the details because it's the planet of the smaller mind, but we've got Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter that wants the big picture. So we have the two of these. They're kind of an opposing energy naturally, but what we get to experience under this is that you're a lot more open-minded about what a new plan, a new philosophy, or a new direction can be. Now, this is all going down and happening in your 5th house space. So this is the space of the creativity, your self-expression, the brilliant childlike energy that is in and lives within each and every single one of us. It's about, pleasure and what brings you pleasure, what brings you something that you're passionate about, what allows you to live in a bit of luxury of your own childlike energy. It can also be things that are happening for your children, right? Are they starting to speak? Are they going to their next level of schooling? Are they doing something in terms of education or growing and expanding? That's going to be an absolutely big theme, I think, for some of you. But whatever it is, as we have Mercury here and then the Sun joining it later, the 5th house is lighting up because it wants your attention for some ease, some pleasure, some play. So go ahead and bring it in. And this will also speak to and impact your work life very much so, because when we're creating from a place of ease, when we're creating from a place of I'm allowed to work in ease and allow this to be a new philosophy in my big picture of how I'm going to be in my life, right? And the 5th house is where we are taking a risk. You're taking a risk at your own pleasure, your own rest, your own expression of what it is that you need. And it can be beautifully creative. So let me know what that's already peeking up for you as I relate this transit to you. Now, on the 7th, we are going to actually see Mercury move into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So just start to notice what's happening for you, what's coming up in your life around things with your children, you as a child to your parents. You know, you've got a lot of nostalgia going on this month. Are you reflecting on you being a child to your parents? What is that coming up for you? Just start to take a little bit of note, and we'll work on that on the Mercury retrograde as we actually get towards the end of the month. Okay, on the 3rd, we've got Mars moving into the vibration of Leo, and this is a long story. Now, if you haven't watched the video that I did with Nicholas Palomanakis, where we talked about Mars in Cancer and Leo and how long that story is, it's really going to carry us to January of 2025, and then we're still not done with it because we'll get another pass from April to June. This is a really long story running through you, Leo. Who are you? What are you proud of? Where are you grand? Where is your self-confidence, right? And these are going to be really the story for you here. Is going to, I think, also awaken in its own ways the things you're willing to fight for, the things you're willing to say, I am willing to take action on this so that I can let my fire be burning, right? Because the things that put out that Leo fire seek to kill. And here in this transit, you get to see, where do you need to show your passion? And that's going to light up your fire. Where do you get to / need to participate, especially, you know, with Mars being this energy where you get to participate in a way that is like, you know what? I am kind, but I have a lot of energy. I have a lot of enthusiasm, and I have a lot of courage to get things done. And I want to go out in the world and I want to do them. Where is that story playing out for you? Now, you do have to remember that Mars is still Mars, and Mars can be short-tempered, can be impulsive, can be prone to, I'm willing to have the fight just to have the fight. So you do need to make sure you're having fights that are going to be productive, right? Because Mars is also a very skilled surgeon. So if a fight or inflammation presents itself at the surface and something needs to be cut away because it's poison, Mars is going to be a really good helper, all right? All right, on the 11th, we see Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn. Now, Venus and Mercury are going to spend the month out of bounds as well, which is a really good deal because it means that you are going out of bounds. You're going out of bounds for your solutions. You're going out of bounds for opportunities that you're willing to take on and to consider, you know, what your options are in that particular direction. So as Venus is traveling through Capricorn, this is lighting up your 6th house space. So the 6th house is all about your daily routines, health, well-being, the way that you're maybe in service to other people. For those of you who are looking for work or you are freelancers, this is going to bring your attention to this area. But because it is Venus, Venus is about bringing a harmony, calling it in. Venus is not hustling for a single thing. Venus is calling it in. So in this area of your life, how comfortable do you feel with resting in your daily routine? And I don't mean just, you know, how comfortable are you at a resting routine? What is your sleep life like? But also, where do you feel like you can rest in a routine that is brilliantly structured, steady, practical enough that it can give you comfort? It can allow you to rest and not feel like you are moving and working in a dynamic panic all of the time. That's a big question to answer because, you know, sometimes rest is the way that we rebel from the world that says we need to keep doing and being and more and more and more. But in the vibration of Capricorn, we're tasked with, you know, making a commitment to do this. We're tasked with the responsibility of loving these practicalities into our life and then letting opportunities be called to us from Venus to bring these focused, grounded, long-term solutions into our world. So, you know, it's a really good time to create a long-term plan for improving your health, improving your daily routine, improving your work structures, improving practical habits that are in your daily routine, including how you may be of service to other people. It's all about structured, responsible well-being here. Okay, on the 15th, we see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, we saw Saturn go retrograde, go direct. We saw Saturn go retrograde June 29th at 19 degrees of Pisces, so make sure you're checking that on your chart. And we see it come direct at 12 degrees of Pisces. You want to know where this is at on your particular chart so that you can really see what the benefits are here. But as we're looking at it in the general, for you, Leo, we saw that this Saturn retrograde and the Saturn movement through Pisces was really working in the 8th house space. Now, the 8th house is about intimacy and assets. So it's all the places that we are deeply, intimately connected to another resource, whether this be a partner and a partnership that you are deeply in and deeply committed to, or a partner's finances, or maybe you have a loan or something that you were connected to, but it's going to be about those shared resources that as those switch and they pivot, you're going to be impacted by those changes. So as we're looking at Saturn being direct now, you can apply some responsibility to move towards the transformative experiences in your shared resources, your investments, your healings, your traumas, your collaborations. And you have the patience now, and I think a steady strategy, long-term strategy to get you there. On the same day, we have got a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus, and this particular full moon is in conjunction with Uranus that is also in Taurus. So we can expect some changes in this particular moon, and those changes are going to have a lot to do with stability, material wealth, practical comfort things. And Uranus is bringing this breakthrough, innovation, disruption, we need freedom here kind of energy. So at the full moon, we're getting this space where we need to have illuminated where we need to end, acknowledge, or adjust. So I would tell you, make some space for embracing the changes that are going to be coming your direction, Leo. Absolutely. Now, for you, this is going to wind up in the 10th house space. So this is really about your career, your public image, your life purpose. So as we see that the full moon is in conjunction with Uranus here, first of all, expect the unexpected in terms of developments in your career, your public life. Maybe there's this sudden shift in a professional direction, a surprising promotion, an abrupt change in how you are seeing the world in regards to your career or your reputation in the world. But whatever it is, Uranus is giving this sense, especially at an emotional level, that you want to break free from something that's been traditional on your path. You're seeking more independence. And I think that Uranus here does a beautiful job at encouraging you to step into what is your authentic role in your career, in your reputation. And remember, your reputation of what we call you in public can also have to do with, are you married? Are you not married? Like, what is your title that we call you in the world? Whatever that title is, you need to be moving in a space of freedom. That's really what's being required right now. All right, when we get to the 19th, Pluto steps back into the vibration of Aquarius. And now we have been here already. We've seen it. So now it's just time to really dig in and do the work with the deeper influence, because it's going to bring this really profound transformation to all of your close relationships, all of your partnerships, not just the romantic ones, not just the business ones, because the power dynamics, that's what Pluto is highlighting. The power dynamics in relationships are going to really start to surface now. And they're going to force you to confront the issues of control, manipulation, where is there inequality. It can bring a lot of relationship changes to the table that feel a bit intense, but without them, you cannot grow. You may be forced to let go of partnerships that really no longer serve your highest good, or maybe you are let go of in a partnership because you don't meet the vibration of the highest good for that employer, for that partnership, for whatever it is. But Pluto here is not the bad guy. Instead, it seeks to empower you by pushing you to form relationships that are honest, equal, progressive, authentic. So I just want you to keep this in mind, that transforming how you relate to others is really where you are going, because relationships are not about control. They're about mutual growth. They're about respect. They're about freedom. So you may be drawn even to more partnership situations that, they reflect that shared ideal. And Pluto, being in Aquarius is a Uranian energy. So innovation and freedom are going to be approaches you're going to take in how you're relating to the world. Now, as we're going to close out this month, we see the 21st, the sun moves into Sagittarius, and on the 25th, we'll see Mercury step into that retrograde in Sagittarius all the way until December. So this again is bringing us back to the energy that at the beginning of the month that Mercury brought into that 5th house space for you. So as you're experiencing this Mercury retrograde, some common things of play are available. I wouldn't be signing any big contracts. Instead, I would use this as a time to review, right? We're just reviewing what has already been on the table. Is it in the right alignment? Is this what we need? Is this what we are looking for? Those are the things I would be looking at during the Mercury retrograde. Now, because this is particularly in your 5th house space as well, other things I would be looking at are, what are your beliefs around children? What are your beliefs about you as a child? What discussions are going to come up around joy, pleasure, play, taking a risk, freedom? And this is really a beautiful transit with Sagittarius where you can avoid the argument. You don't need to argue. You just need to explore the belief system that is here and allow that to give you the opportunity to gain closure where you need to, resolve unfinished business where you need to, simply reflect on past things in this area of your life, and allow, as we end the Mercury retrograde, to have those new beliefs and perspectives shape your current set of relationships, your current belief structure, and it's really brilliantly empowered. All right, my beautiful Leos, I hope you have a gorgeous month. Let me know how things are playing out for you in the comment section down below. Hello, my absolutely beautiful Virgo friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024, where Virgo, this month, your ruling planet Mercury is going to step into retrograde, and it'll be a bit of a long retrograde story for us, but that's okay. We are perfectly well equipped to handle a good old retrograde. And speaking of conversation going a little bit backwards, we're going to see that your third house is particularly powerful as we come into the month, as we're going to be moving through Scorpio season, which always lights up your third house of communication. So it will be a month where I think, Virgo, what you want, what you're trying to communicate, the decisions that you're making, these kinds of things, it's actually very on. You have the power, you have the motivation. If you wanted to learn something or go to a seminar or go to a workshop or something like that, this would be a great time to be able to do that, or maybe even to teach one, right? This would be a great time to do that. It's a real learning month for you that is brilliant. Now, we are also going to see that Saturn comes direct and Pluto moves into the vibration of Aquarius for the long haul. This is it. We're not dancing back to that 29 degrees of Capricorn or any other degree. We are done. The new world is officially here, and we will rock and roll with it going forward. So one of the other things I want you to keep in mind this month, Virgo, is that it is a month where you get to be right where you're at. It's really nice. We've been doing a lot, looking to the past and seeing things that need to be healed, looking forward, where do we need to go? And this month, I think it's more about, okay, what have you done? Where have you grown? What have you learned? And with what is sitting on your table, the power of now, where you are right now in your being, in your life, do you want what you have? Right? You've got these things, you got them to come to you. Now, do you really want it? Is it all that you thought it would be? And we get to evaluate those questions and live within the circumstances we've created for ourselves right now. And I really like that energy for us. All right, Virgo, let's jump in and see what the month has to offer. So first things first, at the beginning of the month, on the 1st, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. Now, this is, of course, going to light up your third house space. Now, this particular moon is also sitting in a really nice trine with Saturn in Pisces. So I like that the fact that the new moon is, yes, giving us a chance to plant our seeds of intention and initiate these really deep, powerful changes where we're going to commit to a new direction. We're going to commit to beginning a new cycle in the third house of learning, relationships with our siblings, all things having to do with contracts. And Saturn in Pisces acts as this really nice grounding energy. It's responsible. It's helping you have the courage, especially spiritually, to make these particular changes, especially if the changes that are being made are of a more scorpionic nature, right? Because it is Scorpio. So this lunation is going to encourage you to go deep, to go to the roots of the things that are maybe even dark, to look at how you communicate and you process information. There could be, for some of you, certainly an opportunity where you're having to express yourself in a way that is deeper. It feels more powerful. And sometimes that can even feel scary or dark to us, but they're going to be the places where you're digging up a lot of meaningful conversation, a lot of meaningful information. But it is also, in order to move forward with the new moon and really have this renewal and restructuring to your communication and how you learn, right, which will ultimately transform your relationships with those siblings, with those neighbors, in the contracts that you have, what has to happen is you are being asked to release your outdated ways of thinking, release outdated ways of engaging with information, and you're getting more focused, Virgo. I know that doesn't even seem possible, but that is really a thing. And Saturn is going to provide help with getting the discipline to create that structure so that you can communicate more efficiently in place for you. I think it's really going to be good. Now, for some of you too, I just want to say this because Saturn is bringing a lot of that structure in. You may actually take up writing, but you're taking up writing a lot more seriously. And if this is the thing that happens for you, because Saturn is in Pisces, right? And even if this is around studying, because Saturn is in Pisces, you may be having to put boundaries around your close relationships or the things in your life so that you can study. It's very much so this idea of I need to say no to some things so that I can say yes to my learning experience. So Virgo, let me know in the comment section down below if that's how that particular thing plays out for you. Okay, another note that I just want to share with you quickly is that all month long, really, we've got Venus and Mercury traveling out of bounds. So it means that as things are being attracted to you and as you are looking for solutions and having conversations, it is outside of your normal sphere of how you are normally getting things done, where you're normally having conversations. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're traveling, that this month it may be like, whoa, what happened? I got way far outside of my comfort zone. Yeah, good, because that's where the new information is at. But on the second, we see Mercury move into Sagittarius, and this is going to begin lighting up your fourth house space. So as Mercury is traveling through Sagittarius, first of all, one of the things you want to remember is that Mercury, being your ruling planet, is the planet of the smaller mind. It wants all of the details. It wants to gather all the facts so that it can create a methodical approach to get things done, and it's really very concerned with the details of things. And that is great fun, except for it's in Sagittarius, which is ruled by Jupiter, the planet of the bigger mind, right? So it's like, no, I just want to look at the big picture of things. And I always use this example that, Sagittarius is like, I just want world peace. I just want world peace. And that is a beautiful aspiration. And it is a big job for any sign to take on, right? However, Gemini energy, that Mercurial Gemini Virgo energy is like, yeah, but what are the details of how we're going to be achieving said world peace? Like we can't just go out here and want world peace. That is not it. So in the area of your fourth house, these conversations around family beliefs, around your home life, around your roots, and how you actually have and bring into your life the vision of what you want in this area of your life are really going to be themes that we're going to travel with while Mercury is here in Sagittarius. Now, on the 7th, Mercury is going to enter into pre-retrograde shadow time before it's going to go retrograde at the end of the month. So I would really encourage you, for the first few days while you get this beautiful Mercury and Sagittarius like burst of energy, because it is fiery, right? We go from plummeting the depths of our soul with Mercury and Scorpio into something that is like, okay, I know some different truths now. I've had some hard conversations. I've had conversations maybe even about death or about drugs or things that are uncomfortable, right? Like the scary stuff that lives down in us. And now I'm ready to go out and have more expansive ideas around my home life and my own emotional world. But as Mercury gets into that pre-retrograde shadow time, I would start to pay attention to where you are maybe feeling an urge to really explore your family history, get deeper in those roots, having intellectual discussions with people in your family. Maybe you're having to seek a lot of wisdom from elders. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and that is one of our elders, one of our guru kind of energies, right? Now, again, you're going to get prepared at the end of the month to be rethinking how your home environment works and how it aligns with your philosophies of how you'd like to do life. But that will be at the end of the month, okay? All right, on the 3rd, we see Mars moving into Leo. Now, this is going to be a long conversation. And if you haven't watched the video I did with Nicholas Palamanakis on Mars traveling through Cancer, and we also included the Leo conversation because this is going to be on us, with us, we're in it until January of 2025. And then we're not done because we're going to do some more from April until June. And whenever a personal planet is having a really long transit, right? Because it's personal and it's close to us, we feel it so much more intensely. When it's going on a long tour, I feel like it's because we need the grace of having a bit more time to really understand the lessons that are playing out here. Right? So for you, as Mars is going to travel through Leo, it's going to be rocking and rolling through your 12th house. Okay. So when we're looking at the 12th house space, first of all, one of the things we want to remember is that these are going to be all of the things that are happening behind the scenes. They're not necessarily things that you're putting, right out on the street, okay? Because this is the space of your spirituality. This is going to show really various things for you. First, it's Mars. Mars wants to do something, right? It wants to get things done. It has a desire to create, to move, to create motion, to be in action in some way. So how you indicate and how you what your current desires are, and currently where your spirituality is in action, or your knowledge of your spiritual life is going to be really on display, because this is the place where it's like in the 12th house, it's service or die, right? You're going to be of service with what you do in your 12th house, or you have to be in servitude to whatever else lives back there, right? And I think a really prime example is programs like Alcoholics Anonymous, right? You are going to find some way to participate in getting your alcoholism at bay, or you have to suffer at the hands of your alcoholism. It's a very 12th house kinds of thing. Now, the other part of this that I think is great is that I think with Mars here, it actually is demonstrating that you have made spiritual progress. It's a very different thing to say, oh, I have faith in whatever. It's very different to say I have faith than to say I have trust. So this month, I think that you're demonstrating more of the trust portion, right? Because faith is you can say you have faith in, pretty much anything. But then if you never take actions and you never move in your life in a way that demonstrates that you genuinely believe that the universe has got you seated, safe, and loved in the palm of its hands, then you're going to find that where's the trust? So any place where you maybe had a spiritual blockage or something like that, especially as the year has been going on, I think that it's kind of like the floodgate is open a little bit and you are able to take a bit more discerning and direct, it is Mars, action in that direction. Okay, on the 11th, we see Venus move into the vibration of Capricorn. Now, Venus had been traveling, the first part of the month, which is really cool. Venus has been traveling through your fourth house space, right? So Venus over there was like, yeah, money is cool. It's all right. You're a little bit more easy breezy. There's a little bit more of a laid back vibration when it comes to money. When it comes to your relationships, maybe you're going with the flow a little bit more. Maybe you're spending a bit. Sagittarius is a very expansive kind of energy. So maybe you're a bit more free balling with the money. Now, though, as Venus moves into the vibration of Capricorn, we're going to clamp that down, right? We're going to get a lot more serious and a lot more conservative about what's happening around finances. But the thing that I really want to call to your attention is to remember that Venus is an attracting in energy. Venus is not hustling for a thing. Venus is creating, like a Capricorn right now, it's creating a theme of responsibility, practicality, commitment. It wants values. It wants beauty. It wants things that have long-term value associated with it. So Venus is going to move like a Capricorn. It will lovingly create the containers and the vibration that express those qualities, and then let those vibrations and those qualities come to you. Venus is calling it to you, but you have to be the vibration in order to call it to you. Right? Now, this is going to be lighting up your fifth house of creativity, romance, pleasure, play, children. So as Venus is traveling here, you're really encouraged to, first of all, make a more serious and more intentional approach to how you are being creative, to what is pleasurable for you, to your love life. If you're single, if you are just starting to date, what is going on in your love life? Looking more for meaningful connections. And that is in every way. Is this a fun, creative thing that you do? And I love that for you, but it's actually not got any kind of long-term commitment that you want to make to it. Maybe just enjoy it for the weekend then and let it go. Or perhaps you have this creative, self-expressive project, and now it's going to take on a lot more disciplined, focused, practical expression of your creativity, whatever that is, right? Now, I also think that this is a time for your children, that of course, if you have children or the themes of children in your life, this could be what's happening for them. But more than anything, looking through your lens, it could be a time where you are having to establish firmer boundaries or guidelines in your relationships with your children or things around children, right? Like, because it is about being reliable. It is about fostering a sense of responsibility. So you could really be experiencing situations that come into your life in that particular way. All right. On the 15th, we see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, Saturn went retrograde in June. So we have seen that, this is not a new vibration that we're working with at all, except for when Saturn goes retrograde, especially in the 7th house, which is all about, being right across the street from you. It's all about the relationships. So you've been working on the relationships, bringing a sense of responsibility, bringing a sense of commitment to your partnerships. Where do you need to have more structure or have more, you've wanted to formalize something really significant in your relationship, even if it felt a bit Piscean, honestly, even if it felt a bit vague where you're like, I'm not actually sure what's going on in this relationship. Or, was there a situation in your life where maybe you were trying to adopt a child or something like that, or you were trying to, you were in some kind of partnership, even if it was one that was a legal dynamic and it wasn't really very clear. Now, as Saturn is direct in this vibration of Pisces, what you're going to be asked to do absolutely is to become more committed to the relationships that you have taken on, to evaluate with all of your relationships, really, truly, what is the long-term serious viability of this relationship? And are you up to the task? Right? Or is this a thing where you have to stand in a lot of faith? Because Saturn in Pisces also gives us mastery of the faith that we have. How are we moving in our lives where we have lacked spiritual and emotional content or stability will be more stable as Saturn is traveling here, and you're going to be asked to step up into that. So I look forward. Virgos, please share with me in the comment section down below. What is this? What's going on? Because is this the relationship, the primary relationships in your house, in your home, in your family, maybe in your marriage? Or is it you have such a third house theme going on this month? Is there something going on with a sibling and you are very concerned, or you're stepping in with their children and their family or something like that? It can blur the lines in these relationships just a little bit, but ultimately it's this space where you're taking responsibility in a role. Okay, we have got a full moon on the same day happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. Now, this particular full moon is also in conjunction with Uranus that's in Taurus. So first of all, what we know for sure is that we can expect some excitement. We can expect things to go a little bit differently than we have planned. Now, the good part of that is that it gets us out of our normal comfort zones, right? It gets us out of our normal comfort zones. It's not like, sometimes you have to have the breakdown before you have the breakthrough. And it's like, until that happens, you literally cannot even see around what you couldn't see being there before. Now, this is going to light up your 9th house space. So this is all about publishing, marketing, broadcasting, higher learning, travel, your philosophies of life, these kinds of things. And as the new moon is traveling here, you're going to have this full moon is traveling here. You're going to have the opportunity to end something, acknowledge something, or to make some kind of adjustment. And it's going to be these adjustments that have more to do with your philosophy around higher education, around what are the philosophies that guide and govern your life, right? Now, for some of you, I think this is going to get very Tauran. It's Cantorian. It's going to just be very, very practical. You got stuff going on in court. You've got stuff going on in schools, especially college age and up. It's going to be this space where, you're going to have this real signal or unexpected developments, Uranus, in the areas of travel, of higher education, of philosophy. And you are like, I need to break free from this. This is too conventional. I've had a belief structure around this that is too conventional. And now I need to kind of Venus out of bounds, explore some uncharted territories in my philosophy of life. Now, I do think for some of you too, you may also have these really sudden, unexpected opportunities for travels or shifts in educational plans, and that is okay. So if you get that spontaneous trip abroad, or you make a sudden decision to enroll or drop out of a course, just know that you're just pivoting away from what was too rigid for you to live within before, and now you're making a more practical and stable path into a different direction. Okay, on the 19th, we've got Pluto going back into the vibration of Aquarius, and this one is for the long haul. So the big thing I really want to stress here over and over and over again is that this is it. The new world is here. And the questions that we've been dealing with, the pain points of Pluto in Aquarius, has really been a lot around how do we shift to work and to belong in the world as it is today. Because Pluto, being that planet of deep, transformative, regenerative, destructive, painful energy that gets us to that reconstruction, and Aquarius being the sign of innovation and progress and freedom and all of these wonderful, beautiful things, but certainly the planet of, or the sign of technology, we have had these revolutionary shifts in our social structures, right? We will never go back with all the technological advancements we have today and how we as a collective and a collective consciousness engage with technology, with AI, these kinds of things. We're never going to go back to a world where that's not what it is, right? So there's a big responsibility, I think, here that you've been taking on in your 6th house of work, health, daily routines, how you're of service to other people, if you're a freelancer, right? There's been deeply transformative energies in how you approach these areas of your life. You may have experienced really significant changes to your job, especially if your current work is not aligned with your deeper sense of purpose, right? If it is not in alignment, it will get pushed out kind of like a toxin. Any health issues, especially those related to stress or power dynamics in the workplace, you may have already been thinking about it because we have experienced Pluto in Aquarius already, but you may be thinking more deeply about it. And now you are really, really rethinking this job, or what do I need to adjust in my job in order to take care of my body and my well-being? So I really like the changes it's going to create, but it's not always like easy. Sometimes it can feel a bit painful, but just know that this transit is going to give you an absolutely brilliant opportunity to push yourself to find a daily routine, to find work that is not only meaningful and transformative to you, but also reflects your ideals of innovation, of your role in humanity and of progress ultimately. I mean, it's going to completely revolutionize your approach to health and work and your daily routines, and that's okay. All right, as we close out the month on the 21st, we've got the sun moving into Sagittarius, and on the 25th, we've got Mercury going retrograde in that Sagittarius energy, which is, of course, there in your 4th house. So as we experience this Mercury retrograde now here in this Sagittarius vibration, you're going to be really re-looking over all of that 4th house, home, family, real estate, property, the family dynamics, all of that is up and on your table. Now, Mercury, of course, in Sagittarius, I was talking about it, it's very expansive, it's very optimistic, and that is great, and we love that. And the deeper influence of that is at this time going to be you rethinking what governs the philosophy of your home environment, right? And how do you communicate that within your family? And the other thing I think about it to be mindful is that the home is one of the most emotional places we have in the chart. And Sagittarius can sometimes want to like avoid the emotional depth and have these really broad intellectual discussions. And I just don't think that this area of your life at this time is going to work, because real family discussions around beliefs, values, the directions that something should be going, the way something needs to be restructured or expanded could absolutely be on your table. All right, my beautiful Virgos, I hope you have a great month. Please let me know how everything is playing out for you in the comment section down below. Beautiful Libra friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. For Libra this month, we have got Mercury stepping into retrograde, which is going to be a long story that we're going to experience that retrograde trend. And so it's nice because we'll have an opportunity to review some things, but we're also going to see that Pluto moves officially for the long haul into the vibration of Aquarius, so fellow air energy. And the thing I really want to bring to your attention today is that when Pluto goes back into Aquarius, that is it. The old world is done. We are officially in the new world. So I think this month, as you consider what is actually on your table, because this month is not so much about pushing into the past and really looking at those things or really pushing towards the future, right? We're kind of looking at what is here, what is on my table, and the things that I've achieved, the things that I have in my life. Are they what I really want? Are they the things that I have achieved? Is it all I thought it would be? Is it going to help me to be the best version of me in the new world as it is formed? So I think it's a great month to be considering that. All right, my beautiful Libras, let's jump in. Oh, Libra, let me say this before we get going. Your ruling planet Venus is going to be out of bounds all month long. So what this really means is that where you would normally be attracting things to you, right? Where you would normally be attracting information, where you would normally be attracting friends or people inside of your network or things like that, you're going to be going outside of your normal network to attract those things to you. So pay attention, because some really nice opportunities could be presenting themselves. And Mercury is also going to be out of bounds when we get to the 7th, when it goes into pre-retrograde shadow time, all the way until December. So again, information is coming to you from places that are not in your normal realm, and I would encourage you to embrace that. All right, right at the beginning of the month on the 1st, we have got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. Now, this is going to be lighting up for you your second house place. Now, as we're looking at a second house, we're planting our seeds of intention here, because it's going to urge you to have this reevaluation of your relationship with, financial things, financial stability, your own possessions. And more than that, I feel like in Scorpio, we drop below the level of just the budget, just putting the numbers on paper. And we move Libra into this time where it is time for you to discern your true values, understand your worth, and then align your resources accordingly, right? So creating a realistic budget, but one that is like, yeah, but do I really value this particular resource, right? If I don't really value it, let me reallocate that money someplace else. Maybe even set up a financial goal, because how can you know you're being successful and resourceful and you value something if you're not pointing at a particular direction, right? This can be a time where maybe you're learning more about investing as well, but certainly the investment in things that truly matter to you. So consider this. Consider how your values are influencing the relationships you're calling into your life. Consider how your values are influencing your financial decisions. And it's a great time to just ask that question. What material possessions, what relationships, what financial goals truly align with what is the deepest, most passionate desire that is within me? Now, this particular lunation is also in a trine to Saturn in Pisces, and that will help to bring some discipline and some really beautiful grounding to what you're trying to build here. So remember too that this is the beginning of a cycle. You're planting your seeds of intention here to begin something. So you're calling it in right now and planting those seeds and making a commitment to a particular direction, but you'll also have an opportunity to kind of rework that or continue to grow it, I think is a better way to say that, as we continue on with the cycle. All right, on the 2nd, we see Mercury move into the sign of Sagittarius, and this is going to light up your 3rd house space. So this is all about conversation, communication, learning, maybe even things going on with your siblings. And I like this because Mercury is the planet of the smaller mind, so it wants all the details. It's like, give me all the details. And Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter, is really concerned with the big picture. But either way, in the third house, Mercury in Sagittarius is very much so at home. And one of the things that it can do for you is amplify your natural abilities to learn, to communicate, to share information, to disseminate information. But this nonetheless will be a period for you where there is a lot of expansive thinking going on. You are intellectually out for the exploration and the adventure. So if you're feeling this sense where it's like, yeah, I just have this urge to like learn new things. I want to explore these philosophical ideas over here, or I want to have these deep conversations with people around me, be enthusiastic about it. The communication will be enthusiastic. And Sagittarius is the fire sign that tends to be a little bit more direct about things. So I think that it's actually going to be a month where the communication that you explore is really going to be really very good. And I would also be looking, Libra, for this space where maybe you're feeling like you could want to take a course, but this is Sagittarius. So you may want to teach a course, or you want to publish, you want to market, you want to broadcast something that is really significant for you because you're wanting your knowledge to travel, right? Mercury in Sagittarius. Now, of course, we cannot forget the people aspect of this, and any communication with siblings or neighbors or close cousins. I like to put them in the third house as well. This could be more of an adventure, whatever that means for you. Now, on the 7th, we will see Mercury not only go into its out of bounds position, but also it's going to move into pre-retrograde shadow time. So I would start to watch and just be enthusiastic about investigating all of these different themes of expansive communication, learning through travel or new ideas, open to teaching, right? See how these themes are starting to present themselves because you're going to review them during the Mercury retrograde, which we'll really experience more in December. Okay, on the 3rd, now we've got Mars moving into the vibration of Leo. And this is going to be a very long story. If you haven't watched the video I did with Nicholas Polomonakis about Mars moving into Cancer, because we also encompass it moving through the vibration of Leo, because it's such a long story that we'll be in it until January of 2025, but then we'll be back in it April to June of 2025. So we've got a lot to learn about confidence, creativity, passion. And I really like that Mars here, lighting up your 11th house space, is going to give this kind of infusion of energy into this area, right? Because it's like you want to have some pride, you want to have some ambition, you do want to be recognized for being your own creative self, even in the area of others and friends, right? So you have some aspiration, or you have some desire here, beautiful Libra friends, that you want to be known deeply for something. And you may be using the realm of technology to make that happen. You know, maybe you're putting up social media posts that make more sense to how you value yourself now. They make more sense to you sharing your confidence a little bit more with the world, right? Either way, there's this message, because the 11th house is also quite humanitarian as we look at that particular energy. So other things you may see going on is that you have a more bold or a more energetic social circle, because Leo, an 11th house in Leo is not attracting the people who want to just sit down and be cool. Okay. Like, no, it's like, it's vibrant. There's the friendship is dynamic. It's driven. Maybe you're in a leadership role, or you're surrounded by other people who want to be in leadership roles, because you're going to want to, again, use that assertive energy to stand out. And it is good if you needed to compete in a group environment, right? Because maybe you're having to compete for that scholarship and you really need to push your ideas forward. Or maybe you need to take the lead in some kind of collaborative effort, but you're needing to push that forward a little bit. So watch for themes of leadership in your groups. Watch for themes of needing to be more assertive in your friendships. Maybe you're feeling more driven to make a significant impact on your community or a social network in some way, shape, or form. So I would be keeping my eye on that as well. Now, Mars is still Mars. Mars is still Mars, and where Mars goes, it can bring inflammation as well. And now you've got all this fiery energy. It's really good, nice fire, but You may also be creating or confronting social conflict. Absolutely. And especially if you come across too domineering or too much in the spotlight, you can really find that confrontation. So just be mindful of balancing your assertiveness with your cooperation, because the 11th house is a cooperative space. Okay. All right. When we get to the 11th, now we're going to see that Venus moves into the vibration of Capricorn, lighting up your 4th house space. So Venus here is, first of all, let's recall that Venus is an attracting energy. It is not a hustle hard kind of energy. If Venus wants to hustle hard, Venus will be active in creating a vibrational container or just a vibe that allows her to aggressively attract to her what she wants. But this, like, I'm going out and stressing and sweating my eyeballs off, that is not it. That is not the Venusian kind of way. So this is something you can think about as you're looking at what you are attracting to you at this particular time in your life, okay? Now, Venus in Capricorn is going to be calling things into you through the vibration of responsibility, through the vibration of commitment, practicality, love and beauty and values and relationships are going to come with a focus of being very grounded and having a, is this going to last long term kind of perspective. Now, this is happening for you in your 4th house space. So home, family, real estate, property, your roots, your emotional foundations, and of course, like your physical home as well. But as Venus is traveling through Capricorn here, you may have this desire to really create a stable, comfortable, enduring home environment, right? Maybe you want to invest in your home because Venus does like that money and those investments. So maybe you want to invest in your home, or you want to make practical improvements that contribute to long-term stability, long-term comfort, long-term sense of security in some way. Now, family relationships could also be just a lot more focused on, first of all, I think tradition. You know, do you have some end of the year traditions that are starting to come alive in your home? And maybe you're taking on the responsibility for that. You know, when we think of primary things in the United States, are you hosting Christmas? Are you hosting Thanksgiving? Are you hosting another particular holiday in your culture? And you're taking on that responsibility. But with Venus here, you're not just taking it on like, oh, I have to do the gravy boats, right? It's not like that. There's a deep appreciation for your roots, for the family, for the heritage, for how when we create and celebrate our traditions at home, it creates these long-lasting emotional bounds and bonds to each other. It's really quite beautiful. So, you know, think about how you're seeing the Venusian vibration show up in your life, and just remember that whatever it is that you're calling to you and you're valuing, a lot of emotional security comes behind building strong foundations. It's absolutely brilliant. Okay, on the 15th, we're going to see Saturn come direct in the vibration of Pisces, and this is going to light up your 6th house space. Now, we saw that Saturn went retrograde in June, okay? So, but as Saturn was traveling forward in Pisces, it was all about, you know, we're getting some was karma. Some of us were needing to take responsibility for some karma, and it was like, ouch, that is a lot. It maybe felt like there were some limitations, right? We come to the reality that humans are finite, not infinite in our little human form. So it was like, woof, okay, that one had a little bit of a bite to it. That's all right. Still standing. And we got to work that out while Saturn was in its retrograde. And so now as Saturn is direct, and we've had this opportunity to be in the reflection, to be in looking at where we need to be very serious. We need to be, and we need to get serious about our focus and our discipline and the responsibilities in our lives, where we've needed to confront where, you know, structure or discipline have been a bit more Piscean. So the lines have been blurred, and that has held back our maturity, especially spiritually and emotionally, right? If we're not meeting up with the opportunities to grow, if we're not really standing in them, it's not going to work out for us. Now, this has really been an influence that has been emphasized for you in your 6th house of of health, work, daily routines. And I also include in your health, your mental health and wellness, the way that you're thinking about yourself and your life and your daily routine and how you're talking to yourself, but also the space of service. If you are a freelancer and you go out for contracts and things like that, this is also a space for you. So you're now, as Saturn is direct, the emphasis is on needing to really implement more discipline and more responsibility in your daily routines, your health, your work, these kinds of things. And so if you're feeling this call now after doing some review to restructure your approach to daily life, maybe you want to create a routine that supports your well-being and your creativity better, do it. Pisces influence here, really, you probably saw during the retrograde left you with some confusion, or a lot of structure, a lack of structure in that area. But Saturn is this push to bring order and practicality even to your spiritual practices in the day-to-day way. So it is also a time, though, to focus on your health and bring responsibility there. If you've been avoiding anything, or you've been not making commitments to long-term wellness practice, if you've been going for these quick fixes or these delusions of, if I just ignore it, it'll get better, that is not it. So watch and keep your eyes on what kind of themes or what kind of events are presenting themselves to you where you're beginning a new health regimen in your life. You are reorganizing your work environment. You're committing to a daily routine that has more structure to it. And the structure is likely going to give you a lot of freedom. Absolutely love that. Okay, we also on the same day have a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. Now, the full moon's asking us to end something, acknowledge something, or to make an adjustment. We need to create a pivot here in some way, right? Like what's going on is not holding up to the test of time anymore. So that's okay. But also at a full moon, we celebrate what has been built, because there is a space where you have done a lot of work. And now you're just needing to look at it for what it is and bring some equilibrium back into your space. Now, this particular full moon is going to be lighting up your 8th house space. So first of all, it is still a lunation, and it is a lunation that is in conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. So as we're experiencing this, you may have some really intense emotions related to different shared resources that you have in your life, or around intimacy or intimate connections and things like that. And you may find some really surprising opportunities to explore that, because essentially what we're doing here is needing to make a pivot in some way to balance out our strength, Taurus, right? And our vulnerability, but we need an innovation to it. And this could also be, we're evaluating our shared resources, which includes our emotional well-being. And there's a fair amount of intensity to that. So think about this as you're traveling through this moon. Like, what emotional transformations are you currently experiencing, especially around Tauran things, your relationships, your finances, your self-worth, your value? And how can you navigate them to have that balance of vulnerability and strength, of an innovated, enduring structure, especially emotionally, that can really lead to something deep and delicious in your emotional life and relationships? On the 19th, we see Pluto now going back into the vibration of Aquarius, and this is for the long haul. Okay, we're not dipping back into the Capricorn vibration. That's it, y'all. We made it. Congratulations. Happy no more going into Capricorn day. But we are going to see that this is it. So it is also, again, that signal that the new world is here. We're not going back to the way things used to operate. So the first question I have, no matter where it's happening for you in your chart, which it is your 5th house, is, are you prepared, right? They say that there's like all of this stress that the machines are going to replace people. Well, that is absolutely not true, because the machines are run by people. But people who know how to engage the new world and the new machines and how to steward the technology will replace those that are not getting on board. So it's a great time to ask yourself the question, Am I here? Have I had this deep transformation, no matter how painful, around my ideas of how the society is shifting around me, maybe around these technological advancements, to join a new collective consciousness that will embrace a new world order? That's really a big question because Pluto is an outer planet for us. So we are absolutely impacted by what its influence comes in. Now, Pluto rocking and rolling through your 5th house. First of all, you've seen this. We've danced in and out of this since 2023, okay? So this is bringing a pretty radical transformation to how you express yourself, how you express your creativity, how you engage in romantic relationships, your relating and relationships and ideas around children. So as Pluto continues now to drive and to move forward, if you find yourself in a position where you're almost just feeling like driven to create, this is going to take us through 2043. So how are you feeling driven to create? But you want to create in ways that are deeply meaning for you. They have a focus on innovation. They have a focus on breaking away from original, traditional forms of how business was done, of how expression was done. Right? Maybe you are having an innovative or expansive view around romantic relationships, and it brings a real deep emotional growth, which can sometimes come on the back of an upheaval, to your table. Now, in the realm of children, Pluto here in your 5th house is definitely going to bring a pretty nice shift around your relationships with children. And it's going to really require you to reconsider your role in how you engage with children. Are you a parent? Are you a mentor? What is your role here? And you're going to be working on this till 2043. So go ahead and dig in for the investigation. Okay, as we're going to close out the month, on the 21st, the sun moves into Sagittarius, and on the 25th, we have Mercury taking its retrograde in Sagittarius as well. So we'll be doing all of this brilliant and beautiful retrograding through your 3rd house space of all of that communication, okay? And those things that were happening with siblings and neighbors and maybe different networks that you've been communicating with. Now it's going to be time to consider all of those things that started to show up really around the 7th when Mercury went into its pre-retrograde shadow time. Now you're going to have an opportunity to review those things. So as you're reviewing, re-editing, revising, maybe you couldn't decide if you wanted to take or teach a course or to publish that thing or not publish it, and take the trip, don't take the trip. And now you're going, okay, yeah, I think I have enough information that I can go back to that now and maybe make a decision. Now, I wouldn't be making a decision to go on this awesome travel that is going to broaden your horizons and knowledge if it's a brand new idea that just pops up to you. I would wait, gather a little bit more information, and just be very intellectual. Why are you doing it? Where are you going? What are the details? Because that will help you avoid buying that ticket to this awesome new journey, and then you find out that it's not exactly what you thought it was, okay? All right, my absolutely beautiful friends, have a gorgeous month. Connect with me in the comment section down below. I love you a ton, and I'll see you in December. Hello, my absolutely beautiful Scorpio friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. And Scorpio, happy birthday if you are on this side of the Scorpio birthdays. It's your season. We've got your new moon. That is your birthday gift of the season, right? From the cosmos, welcoming us into this particular month, really letting us see what you've got going on, where you're shifting in terms of your own personal reinvention for 2024, and really, I think, for beyond as well. Now, Scorpio, this month, we are also going to see that Pluto is going to get into Aquarius for the long haul. We're done dancing with that vibration of Capricorn. It's going to be moving forward, and we will also have Mercury step into retrograde. So plenty going on at birthday time, like always, right? All right, Scorpios, let's jump in and talk about what is happening. Right at the beginning of the month on the 1st, we have got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. Now, this particular moon is also going to be in a trine to Saturn over in Pisces, so a really nice water trine. And I like the vibration of energy that is available here because it's the new moon. So you're planting your seeds of intention, and your intention is to commit to bringing in new things into your life. Most intensely, the focus is on emotional renewal. It's on emotional transformation. there is a depth and an intensity that comes with the initiation of new beginnings that you are putting into play here. Now, lighting up your first house space here, it's really about the transformation of your identity, how you present yourself to the world. Now, while we're talking about your personal invention, of course, this could be that, you're even just feeling like you want to dress differently, right? You want to transform your appearance or your behavior to reflect who you feel like you are now at this particular moment in your life. But also, I think that there is a lot at this new moon that you're realizing you're ready to say goodbye to, where you're shedding those old layers of yourself and you're allowing a newness of yourself to begin. It can be a bit of a more introspective moon as well, because you're a bit more introspective at times. So you may be wanting to explore your deeper motivations and how those actually are driving what you're showing people on the outside in the external space. So, even if you're diving into something emotionally uncomfortable, you're very, very good in the depths of your being. So take the exploration. Now, one of the other things I was just really thinking about, okay, what's a practical way that you might actually see this showing up in your life? And for some of you, it may be that you're actually starting a new fitness regimen in your life. You could absolutely be doing that, or something that it's like your body hasn't been able to do that for a long time or for a time. And now you're bringing some kind of physical fitness back into your life. Of course, you could be changing your hair, and that is a big deal. It is a big deal to get a new hairstyle, okay? But whatever it is, your personal transformation is definitely looking to manifest itself in a new level where your self-confidence is kind of emerging out of this season where there was all of this introspection and all of this healing and change that needed to be going on. So enjoy it. Adjust your vibe, because your vibe's going to attract your tribe, okay? On the second, we've got Mercury moving into the vibration of Sagittarius. Now, this is going to be, we're going to have a long story with Mercury traveling through Sagittarius, because we're also going to see that Mercury is going to take the retrograde in Sagittarius. So as Mercury, first of all, moves into Sagittarius here on the 2nd, it's going to be, of course, lighting up your second house space. So we're talking all things finances, but it's not just finances. It's about how do you use your creative skills and talents to bring finances to your life, right? How do you value yourself in terms of your values, your material possessions, right? So in the second house, but in the vibration of Sagittarius in your second house, as your mind turns towards these values, these finances, this material security, you may actually become a very curious explorer. How your belief system has been aligning with your relationships and your financial decisions. So this is a really lovely time for you to consider whether your income, your spending habits, all of these things really reflect your higher ideals, because Scorpio wants the higher ideals, right? Now, for some of you, you may also seek to broaden your horizon, because that is what Sagittarius wants to do, go on that adventure of broadening the horizons. And so maybe you're expanding your portfolio. Maybe you're adding different streams of income into your life. Maybe you're teaching and traveling, or you're learning, something like that. Now, at a deeper level, because the second house is also so much about your worth as you determine it, this transit is really going to encourage you to see how your beliefs about yourself are impacting the abundance and success or a different shape of your financial and relationship reality. So look for new opportunities through teaching, publishing, marketing, broadcasting, invest in learning that can have long-term financial growth for you, business courses, things like that. That's going to be your good bet during this particular transit. Now, as we get to the 7th, we are going to see that Mercury is going to move into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So start to notice what's coming up for you around broadening those financial horizons, what's coming up for you around aligning with material security, money, values, exploring new income streams, maybe something tied to education, right? Like have a look at what's happening there. Now, the other part I love about this, and I don't want to fail to mention, is that on the 7th, when Mercury moves into its pre-retrograde shadow time, it's also going to move out of bounds. So this is so good, Scorpio. What this is an indicator of is that you're moving out of bounds. You're willing to make some decisions that are outside of your normal comfort zone. You know, maybe you're willing to take that business class now and really receive the information. You're going out of bounds, and this is going to be in place all the way until December 2nd. So enjoy it. Now, the one thing you don't want to do is get bogged down in the details. You have to pay attention to the details because Sagittarius can miss those details. But other than that, go get it. All right. On the 3rd, we've got one of your ruling planets, Mars, shifting into the vibration of Leo, and this is going to light up your 10th house space. Now, if you haven't watched my video that I did with Nicholas Polomonakis, where we talked about Mars in Cancer and thus also the Mars in Leo story, that's going to take us all the way to January 2025. And then we get an additional bump from April to June of 2025. Check it out, because this is, again, a long story. And Mars is a personal planet, so we are going to feel what is happening here. And while Mars in Leo is so fantastic for being a more dynamic transit in terms of it's comfortable in fire. So it's going to amplify our confidence. It's going to amplify our creativity. It's going to amplify our passion for things, right? Action, desire, assertiveness. Like now Mars can move straight at some things. But more than that, where I think Mars is going to call to you is to look at how you're doing in roles of leadership. How are you leading? Right? Because there is a Leo component here of pride, ambition, recognition, and those are not bad things, especially if you can lead in a way where you are making swift, bold actions and decisions in a very, very confident way. You know what I mean? But we have to be mindful that you're not also hiding behind any of those things. Instead, allow this transit to kind of allow it to energize your public life, your career, your title that we call you in public, right? Allow the recognition to come to you because you have done good work. Just don't do it while you're stepping on the neck of somebody else is what you really want to be mindful of. But it is a time of Mars in Leo for you to have that courage to push yourself, to assert yourself more in your public image and your reputation. And if you do it well, you're going to have the respect and the admiration of those who are around you that you can be helpful for. So are you going to be taking a leadership role? Maybe you're going to start a new business venture, or you're taking a promotion. And the promotion can also be the name or the title that we call you in public. You know, do we call you married? Now you're divorced. Did we call you father? Now your title is grandfather. Whatever it is, take a bold action as to how we get to see you and know you in your reputation in public. Okay, on the 11th, we have got Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn. Now, this is going to light up your 3rd house space. So Venus being this beautiful, attracting energy. Venus is not on that hustle hard at all, okay? Venus is an attracting in energy. So what needs to happen is the vibe that you are carrying, and especially in what you believe around your own worth, not the inflated idea that's in your head, but the genuine vibration that you're carrying in your belief about your worth, Scorpio, is where Venus is going to try to be very Capricornian in your 3rd house. Venus is going to go, okay, I will pull that over here to us because that's quite good for us, right? That's going to be something that is in alignment. I understand that you understand that we value this. So Venus in this particular position is going to call to you where you're ready to hold on to responsibility, where you're ready to move practically around things like your relationships and your money, where you're ready to make a commitment, right? Because Venus is going to bring you love in a Capricornian way, whether that's love in the money, love in the relationships. It's going to ask you to be focused, to be disciplined, to be grounded, and then it's going to bring things to you through that lens. It's not all over the place, okay? So conversations during this transit for you may be really, really practical. They may feel more serious. They can feel more heavy, but in the end, What Venus is calling to you is opportunities for you to develop something that also is steeped in long-term success and mutual respect. And I really like that about Venus traveling through Capricorn. Now, relationships with siblings and neighbors, because this is the third house, maybe those things become a little bit more stable. There can be a little bit more trust and reliability in what's coming up there. And anything you are learning or communicating is just going to be happening in a more disciplined kind of way. So it's a really great transit for you to restructure any way that you need to communicate and make sure that it is clear, make sure it is practical, make sure it is effective. And my goodness, Venus in Capricorn is practical learning about how to get your money life together or your business life together, okay? When we get to the 15th, we're going to see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, Saturn went retrograde in June in Pisces as well. So you've been having an opportunity to look over where your beliefs have been, right? Not just your beliefs, but your beliefs in faith, honestly. Right? How much faith have you had in yourself to do something? How much during the retrograde did you see that you bumped into your own limitations here in your fifth house, where it's like joy, pleasure, play, being at ease with the world, right? And you ran into some limitations because Saturn in Pisces was like, no, you have to get serious about that. We cannot avoid this anymore. So we find our limitations and we find where we've been lacking a discipline of sorts as well with Saturn, okay? And so this transit has been no different. Now, the other thing to think about, just to kind of wrap your head around this, is that Saturn in Pisces, especially now direct, would have shown you the spaces where there was a lack or where the boundary was not solid. But now that it's direct, you may feel a push, Scorpio, to stabilize these areas of your life, right? And it's the space where you have the dream and the vision and the creativeness meets the practical steps of Saturn to achieve some really long-term success for yourself. Now, particularly because this is lighting up your fifth house space, we see creativity, romance, children, pleasure, play, all of these things. And Saturn in Pisces is bringing a more structured, disciplined approach to how you're sharing your creativity, to your romance, to your relationships with children. You may even feel yourself called a little bit to like you want to commit to a creative project or something like that. But whatever it is, wherever you're, if it's a project you're taking on, you are going to see that it requires some sustained effort or like discipline to take on the responsibility of it. And that's okay, because it's just a signal. No matter how old you are, it is a signal of a time where you'll need to take a very realistic, mature approach while also getting the privilege of being really deeply creative, okay? Now, relationships with children, because this is the children house as well, and if this is a piece of your story that is really lighting up for you, your relationships with children may change significantly, right? Like they require you to set some serious boundaries about how you're engaging in the environment with children. So I would be watching for that for sure. All right, when we get to the later in the day, we're going to have a full moon that is happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. Now, the full moon is asking us to end something, acknowledge something, or to make an adjustment. We need to have a pivot in some way, okay? So as this is lighting up that seventh house space for you, of course, we're going to need to pivot in these relationships. Something going on in your conscious chosen one-on-one relationships needs just a little tweak and adjustment so that you can stay grounded, you can stay solid. You know, you're building something that is a steady resource. Now, this particular new moon, this particular full moon is also conjunct Uranus. So we are going to expect some surprises. And I think it's almost to the sense that I want to tell you, first of all, really enjoy the surprises that are coming, because the partnerships that you have may take a sudden shift. whether it's a break or a breakthrough, or there's this really big change in the dynamic. And it doesn't mean that the other party is the one who makes the change. It's like you could be the one surrendering into it because you see the practicality of the relationship. You see where it can actually be really good and really, really useful for you, especially around all things Taurus, right? And again, we're back to this conversation in your life this month, Scorpio, that really has to do with your finances, has to do with your worth, right? Has to do with how you're valuing these things. So you've got some Tauran help here. I would absolutely suit up and allow these significant relationships into your world so that they can show you that this probably pretty powerful disruptive energy that Uranus is going to shake up is more about innovation. It's more about your liberation. It's more about you finally getting it, having that sudden insight, that emotional breakthrough where you're going to be able to create security and stability in your material life. But it comes from probably the guidance or the shift of a really significant, conscious, chosen one-on-one set of relationships. And remember, Scorpio, those can be business relationships. They can be romantic relationships. It's wherever you are forming a partnership, and you form that partnership because you simply cannot go further without establishing that relationship, okay? All right, when we get to the 19th, here we are. Pluto is back in Aquarius, and it is here for the long haul. We have got the story going. Now, we have dipped in and out of this. Pluto being your other ruling planet, we have seen this dance. You got a picture of it. So go back to March of 2023. To June of 2023, what was starting to peak up and kind of get your attention, especially in your home life, home, real estate, family, property, your roots. Then we got another taste of this old dance from January of 2024 until September of 2024. So what was happening there? Home, family, real estate, property, your parents, right? Your roots, what was going on? And now that we're going to see that Pluto is back in Aquarius, it's going to be here until 2043. So Pluto being this wonderful, slow-moving energy, first of all, you're going to see that all of the things having to do with the world, just the world outside of us has changed. It's different, right? The old world is not here anymore. It's done. So how does that affect your life in your home, even as you think about that? As you're sitting here listening to this, how is the big change in the world as we have walked into the digital revolution? How does that shift and change who you get to be in the world and thus in your own home? Because Pluto here in the fourth house is going to have a pretty powerful influence on that home life, not just the family relationships, but also about what creates emotional security. So you're going to have some time to look at the deep-rooted changes that are coming in family dynamics. You're going to be forced to look at things like generational trauma, if there have been hidden family secrets, unresolved issues from your childhood or things in your children's childhood. Pluto may seek to transform the very foundation of your emotional life, pushing you into those wounds so that they can be healed and you can create the right kind of home environment that allows you and those in your home environment to really get their deeper emotional needs met and be free from some of the wounds, thus having that really beautiful growth. So now on a very practical level as well, you may spend some time just completely restructuring your living situation, right? And sometimes it's like you have an emotional breakdown and you rearrange the entire house and you're like, why wasn't I living like this before? This is the best possible arrangement for this couch. The best possible arrangement for this couch. Or you're like, you know what? Why do I live in this country? Why I should be living over here? That is some real stuff that could be coming up for you. But I would look first in the deep familial planet, the deep familial wounds and ideas that are keeping you stuck and standing where you are and not allowing you the freedom to move in your world. Okay, as we're going to close out this month, on the 21st, we see the sun move into Sagittarius. On the 25th, we have Mercury now taking its retrograde in Sagittarius as well. So as we have the second house again brilliantly lit up, waiting and seeking your beautiful attention, we want to keep in mind that yet again, Mercury transiting through Sagittarius has that bigger mind, the bigger ideas in its view. Okay. So while you're in the Mercury retrograde, the thing that you want to do is more than just make a budget. More than make a budget. You want to turn your mind towards what are my values around material things, around financial things. Become really curious about exploring your belief systems that are getting you into alignment with the things that you have financially and where you would like to be. So really give this a good retrograde turn, have philosophical discussions, do that mindset work so that you can get some different ideas about the difference between money and value. What does it mean to be in poverty and what is wealth, right? These are concepts that the world was not talking about the same way as they are today. So go on the great adventure, my beautiful, beautiful Scorpio friends. All right, loves, have a great rest of your birthday, and I'll see you next month. Hello, my absolutely beautiful Sagittarius friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. And Sagittarius, let's just say it, happy birthday. I know it's not until the end of the month, but happy birthday. This is it. We're kicking in. It's your annual new year, so happy birthday to you early. But I will say that before we get to birthday time, there is plenty going on that we do need to focus on, okay? Now, we're going to have Mercury go retrograde in your sign, but first Mercury is going to move into your sign, so you're about to get busy. You're going to be given the intel. You got a lot of information going on. You may be taking you all over the place. I'm talking meetings, networking, the internet, all of it, okay? We're also going to see that Saturn is going to come direct in Pisces, and we're also going to see Pluto move into the vibration of Aquarius for the long haul. No more getting out into Capricorn vibration. We are moving forward until 2043. So a lot of changes happening right there. Not to mention that we are also going to see Venus and Mercury out of bounds all month long. So this means, Sagittarius, right away, that you know that where you're going to be attracting things to you and things that are going to have value to you, and where you're going to also be sharing yourself and being in different circles and networking and things like that, is going to be out of bounds, out of your normal places that you regularly get things done. So really embrace that to the best of your ability this month, okay? All right, let's jump in here, Sagittarius, and see what's going on before birthday actually hits. On the 1st of the month, we have got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio, lighting up your 12th house space. Now, this particular moon is also in a really nice trine to Saturn, so you're planting your seeds of intention, Sagittarius, to begin something new. Right? And Saturn is going to help to ground it, especially emotionally. Now, with the new moon happening here in the 12th house, first of all, it is a time for deep spiritual transformation. It's a time for emotional healing. This is in the realm of Scorpio, and it's in your hidden houses. The place that you can be, it can be your own undoing. You either get a handle on what's happening in the dark, or what's happening in the dark gets a handle on you. It's kind of that kind of thing, okay? So Scorpio's influence here is going to bring that subconsciousness to the surface, where it's going to encourage you to, first of all, confront hidden fears that you have, confront your past, confront traumas, confront the emotional blockages. And because it's such a powerful time of introspection in the 12th house space, you may feel like you want to kind of retreat from the world a little bit so that you have space and time and energy to really focus on your internal healing, because the 12th house governs those spiritual matters, those inner resources that you have, whatever you call faith, right? So you may be setting your new intentions around being able to have this healing and this spiritual growth. Now, for some of you, I think that it can look very practical. Saturn, right? It's a very practical energy. Is that you might begin a meditation or a healing practice or even a therapy that helps you to release these old emotional patterns or traumas. Your dream life could become incredibly vivid. And that's great because it's going to offer you a bunch of insights into your own sub and unconscious operations. It's also a time for the going within and resting before birthday time so that you can just have this spiritual renewal. Go where you're feeling called to explore some kind of transformative spiritual practice, maybe a retreat, maybe something having to do with rest, rejuvenation. Of course, if you have an addiction or any of these things that need the treatments or they need 12-step programs or recovery programs, go explore. Give yourself the gift of that kind of healing. All right, on the 2nd, now we've got Mercury moving into Sagittarius. So Mercury, the planet of communication, of thinking, of speaking, but it's the smaller mind planet. So it also wants all of these details. And you tend to be very Jupiterian. You want the big picture, Sagittarius, right? So we've got the planet of all those teeny tiny details moving into your sign. So we're going to have to do a little bit of negotiation of the energies, right? Because Mercury in Sagittarius, it's great. You get very expansive. You get very optimistic. You get very hopeful about all things, all pieces of information, certainly about broadening your horizons. It's a very optimistic, idealistic kind of energy. But one of the things you have to be mindful of is the details. Right? You have to pay attention. You have to be detailed about the details. It's kind of, I guess, how you would say that. But more than anything, as Mercury's traveling here, this brings this energetic, expansive kind of energy to how you communicate with people, how you're expressing yourself. So you may even find yourself during this transit being a lot more outspoken. You're eager to share your ideas. You're eager to share your views. The first house of identity, that's so much that you may feel that urge that you want to project your beliefs or your philosophies more openly. It's better if you do it more openly instead of onto people. Right? Express them. Express what you believe in. Just don't express it onto people. And it's great because I do think that this transit, to include the whole retrograde we're going to go through, is a time where you can, one, be a lot more persuasive because Mercury is persuasive, but confident, maybe even wanting to inspire people around you with your perspective. So, whatever your desire around the intellectual growth piece of this is, whether that be a public speaking opportunity or you find yourself in situations where you're teaching and sharing wisdom, maybe if it's a business thing and you've got personal branding going on, whatever it is, I would say take that on and be that beautiful, fiery leadership, be a fiery leader that you can be. All right, when we get to the 7th, Mercury is going to move into its pre-retrograde shadow time, getting ready for that Mercury retrograde at the end of the month. So just start to take note what opportunities, especially for leadership roles, public speaking, debates, inspirational things are starting to present themselves so that you can review them during the retrograde. On the 3rd, we've got Mars moving into the vibration of Leo. Now, this again is going to be a long story. And if you haven't watched the video that I did with Nicholas Polomonakis, where we talked about Mars in Cancer to include Mars in Leo, because it's a long story that we'll be going through all the way until January 2025. And then we'll have a small break. And then we'll be back in the saddle for more Mars Leo from April until June. So check out that video. I'll make sure it's at the end. But Mars in Leo, fellow fire energy, brings a real dynamic amplification to your confidence. So you are confident this month. You're like, listen, I'm cute. You're feeling good about it because, Mars is going to infuse energy into this 9th house area of your chart, publishing, marketing, broadcasting. You're a natural 9th house energy anyways. So it's bringing forth a pretty passionate drive for not only the exploration of things, but also for the intellectual and maybe even Mars physical pursuit of things. So if you are feeling really inspired to pursue that new knowledge, new philosophies, go beyond the horizons of where you've already been, stretch your knowledge, go boldly. Go boldly, expand your understanding of the world, whether it be through actual physical travel, Maybe you're studying something, you've got a lot going on in the area of spiritual growth. Have some pride, a sense of pride, Leo, in your beliefs. Share your ideas, enjoy the discussions, even if they're not purely academic. So something that you can look at that this transit may bring for you is you might embark on a really significant journey that brings you to a course of study you didn't think you would be going down. Right? It really is taking you someplace else, or you're really being, again, put in a position where you're debating or discussing something, but it's from a more philosophical and spiritual understanding. And for some of you, really, truly, I think you're going to be getting some travel on the books. I really think you're going to be getting some travel on the books. So let me know that in the comment section down below. On the 11th, we've got Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn, lighting up your second house space. Now, Venus is out of bounds, like we talked about. So all things having to do with your money and your finances are really at the forefront. And Venus in Capricorn is about making it practical. It's about what can I attract to me that is going to have long-term value in my life? But with Venus here, it is just attracting it to you. It's building a vibration here that is steady, it's consistent, it's committed, it's reliable, having that sense of stability underneath you. And Venus is calling in from there. And Capricorn wants nothing short of long-term success, which is really quite good. So for some of you, this could be that you're calling in opportunities to learn more about things like the stock market. You're calling in opportunities, quite practically, to learn more things about how you make money. Right? How do you actually do it? It's not the question of, do you believe in yourself? Are you trying to manifest something? It is factual. Like, how do you do that? How do you make the money? How do you get it to show the heck up? So this could be something that is coming into your focus. Now, you're also going to be put in a position where you're going to be encouraged to build wealth, not only through those careful investments, but understanding the difference between an investment, a savings, something that has to do with money versus value, long-term security over short-term pleasure, right? Quality over quantity. You're going to be experiencing a lot of that because remember, you build wealth, and it can be the wealth that you're going to build now, but it can also be the wealth that you're going to leave for your children and your grandchildren. Wealth is the money you don't spend, that you allow it to keep building on itself. So this could be something you're really getting into as we experience this transit. So take pride in your ability to provide for yourself, Sagittarius. Take pride in the vibration of calling in and focusing on steady growth rather than just creature comfort. So it's an excellent time to go over your financial plans, get a realistic goal, look at what you're going to do to build the sustainability in your resources. Okay, on the 15th, we've got Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, Saturn went retrograde in June of 2024, and there was a lot of re-looking at what's going on in home, family, real estate, property. I mean, I'm curious. Let me know in the comment section down below. There you were at the end of June. What was going on with your family, with your parents, with your mother, in particularly Sagittarius? What was happening there? Because you may have found out several things, one of which is that there are limits. There are spaces where you maybe have lacked maturity. Even if you're 70 years old, right? This transit comes to you and is like, hey, we need to put up some more maturity here, or we need to learn that there are bounds and boundaries to things, right? So this could have definitely been a place, but Saturn, as it came into this particular transit, was more about not only showing you where you have mastery over your home area, right? But it's also been showing you about where things were lacking. You were lacking in spiritual or emotional maturity, or spiritual or emotional discipline, right? For some people too, I do think that Saturn in Pisces, as it has been working through this retrograde, also let you see some really hard life lessons. And it can be lessons that anger and happiness go together. I think of that movie Inside Out, right? Like Joy only wanted things to be joyful. And it wasn't until later in the movie where Joy realizes, oh, we need joy and sadness and anger and all of these things. They all have to be here in order for us to be healthy. So there could have definitely been some of that. Now, the brilliance of Saturn now moving direct is that you'll feel much more of a push to stabilize these areas. You want to take practical Saturn steps to achieve long-term goals, especially to things that are going to bring harmony. So as we look at this through the lens of your fourth house, home, family, real estate, property, emotional foundations, right? This is going to highlight the need to take responsibility for those areas. What is going on with your home? What is going on with your family and how are you participating? What is going on with your understanding of your emotional foundations? Have you been avoiding talking about these things or handling these things? Very Pisces, you're like, no, I'm not really going to confront that. If you're doing that, even your physical body will take on the stress of it. The body will keep the score, okay? So you may feel called to restructure that or restructure your living situation. Something going on with family members where you're like, I want more emotional support or want to be more deeply connected to my mom, right? Like you want to ground your emotional life. You're moving away from the escapism. You're moving more into confronting emotional things that need resolution. So some of you may honestly too just be taking on more responsibility for a family member. You may be doing that home renovation. You may be going to therapy, addressing those emotional issues, but whatever it is, what I want you to know is that this particular transit, now that Saturn is direct, is the best time to create a solid emotional foundation for yourself. And you probably cannot do that by yourself, whether it's therapy or some other resource helping you. This is the time to get that groundedness, okay? All right, on the same day, we're going to have a full moon that's happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. Now, this particular full moon is also going to be in conjunction with Uranus, so surprise is the word of the day. So as we're at the full moon, we're being asked to end something, acknowledge something, or to make an adjustment. We need to pivot in some way. And in the realm of the sixth house, the emotional energy of shift or change is really focused. That emotional energy is focused on your work, your daily routines, your mental health and wellness. It's based on, if you're a freelancer, what is your work routine? How do you call contracts to you? What is the work that is being done on those contracts, right? So in the sixth house, the full moon is really a nice time for practical adjustments here. I think Taurus, practical adjustments, and a time for self-care. Now, the challenge with Uranus being in the mix here is that it's great because it gets you out of a rut. But if in the sixth house you have not been paying attention to your health, Uranus can really throw you a health surprise that is not your favorite. But at the same time, it would be the influence that gets you kicked into a different direction where you need to go. Because the alignment we're looking for is balance between working and being in the daily routine and your well-being, right? Assessing the emotional health and how that's playing into how you're shaping your daily routine. So think about asking yourself at this particular full moon Sagittarius, what adjustments can you make in your daily routine that will enhance your emotional well-being? And it's a very kind of, you got to go in and down. It's Taurus, right? It's in and down. You got to get into your own buried earth and treasure to get the answers. Okay, on the 19th, we see Pluto back in Aquarius, and this is it. It's here for the long haul. We are not dancing back to that Capricorn energy. I don't think any of us that are humans will be alive to see the next Pluto in Capricorn. So good job to all of us. We made it. Now, Pluto being our outermost planet, first of all, we need to remember that this shift, while we've already seen some of the dancing that's been happening with it from 2023 at the beginning of 2024, and now we've seen some of the dance and the profound collective and personal transformation it has had us under, right? Because as Pluto is going to dance here now until 2043, it is going to bring about these revolutionary shifts in our societal structures. We are already in the digital revolution. We see the technological advancements up on the table. How we relate to a collective consciousness has already started to shift as well. So globally and individually, this is a transit that really grabs our attention. And so we want to remember here, Sagittarius, that this is going to be quite a bit about how the outside world has actually changed its vibration and where you find your seat in it now. Now, again, it's not new because you've been looking at this for just a little bit, but now you're going to really participate in the dance. So here in the third house, which is communication, learning, writing that book, your website, siblings, cousins, buying houses and cars, selling contracts, those kinds of things. Pluto in Aquarius is going to transform the way that you communicate, the way that you think, the way that you interact with your immediate environment in general. You know, are you stuck in the scroll mode on your phone? What does your technological setup look like in your life? All of those things. Now, I do think because it's Pluto as well, it is taking you to a painful and uncomfortable place where it's like, we have got to dig deeper on topics that not only challenge societal norms or they feel a little bit more revolutionary, but also conversations and thoughts and learning that are more profound in nature because they make us get into our relationships with our siblings, with ourselves, with our neighbors, with community, and Sagittarius, it's really a season where I think as this transit continues to play out, you're going to find that your star rises and you become a really powerful communicator. You're probably going to use technology or innovative platforms to share your ideas that will transform the world. Now, whatever that looks like, because transforming the world, the best place you can do that is inside your own home, right? So you don't have to find yourself on the global stage, although Pluto is good for that. But the complete revelation in how you think and communicate. I think that you are in a perfect setup to really be a voice for progress, a voice for embracing what is outdated, but also being the bridge to say, okay, well, some of these things from the past actually do still make sense. So we need to consider keeping those while we also integrate these things for the future. So really a lovely energy. Okay, as we're going to close out the month on the 21st, we see the sun moving into Sagittarius. Happy, happy, happy birthday, my beautiful friends. And as we get to the 25th, we have Mercury taking that retrograde over here in your sign. So all things thinking about you. I love that. You're going to be going back over you. Now, remember, you're also going to be going back over all of the things that started to come in around the 7th of the month when Mercury moved into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So what was coming up for you? Where were you placing yourself? And maybe you weren't completely sure if that was the right place, if you were going to stay there. You were just trying it out a little bit. So go back to what was happening between the 7th and now here on the 25th, okay? Because remember, it's like this period is just marked by your expansion at this time. Now, as Mercury is retrograde, you're going to review, re-edit, reconnect. But really, particularly, I think, to first of all, the way that you communicate and express yourself and you allow your identity to be seen. Because remember, we talked about when Mercury moved into your sign, maybe you were wanting to project your ideas out into the world, and maybe it was a little stifled. You didn't quite get it at that time, and now you've got some more intellectual growth that's going to be happening during the retrograde, and you really get it under your belt. Bold communication, leadership roles, inspiring other people, taking yourself out in the world in a way that you've never done before. These are going to be things. I would keep in mind not to sign contracts. That would not be something that I would be doing. If it's a new contract, I would not be signing it until Mercury is out of its retrograde. You don't need to wait until post-retrograde shadow time, but definitely I would be waiting till at least the Mercury retrograde is over just to make sure that the energy is solid, okay? Just to make sure it's solid. So Mercury is going to come direct December 15th at that 6 degrees of Sagittarius. It's going to go retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So wait at least till December 15th if you can, and if not, life is life. You got to sign that contract and you'll review it down the road when it's time. Beautiful Sagittarius, have a gorgeous month. Have a gorgeous start to your birthday, and I'll see you in December. Absolutely beautiful Capricorn friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. We're Capricorn this month. It's really cool because you're not really flashing back so much or rushing towards the future. It's more like you're looking at what is really current in your life and saying, okay, I've achieved some things, I've built some things, I've let some things go. Now with what I have right here, is it everything I thought it would be? Is this what I really want? Right? So it's a really awesome time to just be with what is and see which direction you'd like to go next, while also remembering to think deeply and to enjoy what it is that you have built and what you've brought into your life. Now, we are going to see that Pluto moves into the vibration of Aquarius for the long haul this month. We are done. Listen, congratulations. Pluto is leaving your sign. You have been shapened. You have been like the pottery. I just keep thinking of the pottery wheel, how they turn that thing from a lump of clay into this beautiful, gorgeous vase. And if you watch the guy who does it online, he also creates a little lid. And that is you. You have been shaped and stretched and moved and transformed quite deeply into an absolutely different, empowered version of yourself. So good job, because you made it. But now we're going to be done with that by the time we get towards the end of the month. We're also going to see Saturn come direct and Mercury go retrograde. So let's jump in and talk about what's going on in Capricorn. First of all, on the first of the month, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio, and this is going to be lighting up your 11th house space. So this is about friends, social networks, your long-term dreams, goals, designs for yourself. This is also going to be all things social media. So with the new moon here in the 11th house, it's going to bring some transformation into these areas, those friendships, those social networks, the aspirations that you have for yourself. And Scorpio is encouraging you really to take a look at your social connections much more deeply, potentially even uncovering maybe some hidden dynamics or some emotional issues with your friend or your friendship groups, right? And I also think that at a level of like social media or technology, you're also uncovering if you have hidden issues, emotional behind that, like beliefs about not being seen or things like that, okay? Just know that this is a time for setting your intentions to committing to a new direction of where you'd like your social life to go. Because when you look around your social life and you look around your social circle, what you're bringing in, who you're bringing in, are they on the path that you also want to be on, right? If not, this is a time for perhaps planting those seeds of intention to perhaps seek out more meaningful or maybe even just emotionally supportive connections, okay? Now, you may also feel driven to really reevaluate your long-term goals for yourself. And again, it's all about ensuring that it's aligning with what is an emotional truth for you now today. So if those existing friendships undergo some transformation because those emotional bonds are not strong enough, I would encourage you to welcome people either more closely to you or to welcome people away from you with love if you guys are not in the right kind of alignment, okay? On the second, we see Mercury getting into the vibration of Sagittarius. Now, we've got the planet of the smaller mind, which is Mercury, who wants all the details, in the sign of the big picture, right? Sagittarius is like, I just want the big picture. Let's expand our horizons. And Mercury in Sagittarius is like, yes, that's very expansive and optimistic. And I love that for us. But also, who is paying for the expand our horizons journey? We need the details. We need a map. You know, things like this. So as we are going to experience Mercury in Sagittarius, I first of all want to say to keep your eyes on the 7th, because you're going to also see that this is when Mercury is going to move into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So you want to just be mindful of what's going to start coming in that area, okay? Now, Mercury in Sagittarius, traveling through your 12th house space are all the things that are hidden or they're going on behind the scenes. This is the house where I say, you know, you're going to get a handle on the things that can bring your undoing, or the things that can bring your undoing are going to get a handle on you. Now, one of the prime things that I think of is if there is an addiction or there is an obsession or something like that that's been going on, you may be looking for a little bit of of treatment, right? Now, in terms of spirituality and creativity, that also lives in the 12th house space. So Mercury in Sagittarius here is going to encourage some pretty deep introspection. You're going to be exploring that subconscious mind. Maybe you have a different spiritual or philosophical approach to spirituality that you are bringing in, because the 12th house is a realm of the things that are hidden or solitude. Your dream life can get really, really busy and active. So with Mercury here, your thoughts not only turn inwards, but they also seek to explore spiritual wisdom and how spiritual wisdom can be helpful to you, right? Like this desire to understand universal truths that are bringing peace into the world. The other thing I like to think about this is that you may begin to privately study something or privately research something. You know, you're doing it behind the scenes, and maybe it's spiritual or mystical or, again, philosophical. Some of you may be actually coming more deeply into astrology. I love that. Your dream life can become incredibly vivid, or you're writing, you're journaling, things like this. If you did want to go on a retreat, this would be a great energy to do that with. The only challenge you really need to pay attention with Mercury in the 12th house is that it can be like you want to really articulate yourself, but you can't find all the words, although you're feeling really pushed to write about it or study about it. It's okay. You know, use a little journal, allow the internal exploration to be a bit messy. And as we get to the other side, certainly when Mercury gets into Capricorn, these words will be solid, I promise you. Okay, when we get to the 3rd, we're going to see that Mars is moved into the vibration of Leo. Now, if you've not watched the video that I did with Nicholas Polomonakis, where we talked about Mars traveling through Capricorn, but we also included the Leo story because it's going to be a long story. We are really going to be working with this until January of 2025, and then again from April to June of 2025. So there is some investment going on in this Mars energy. Now, for you, it's lighting up your 8th house space. So Mars and Leo in your 8th house space of intimacy and assets, shared resources, whether that be a partner's money, whether that be stocks, bonds, loans, collaborations, therapy. That's also a really big place of healing and transformation. Mars here it's assertive. It's assertive, right? You're bringing a little bit of an assertive energy into this intimacy and asset zone. So deep personal transformation can be available here. It will be the name of the game. Maybe you are taking control of, a joint financial matter or a joint resource matter that you share with a partner or another resource. And it's going to bring a pretty intense energy into whichever relationships are coming into view. So what I will tell you is, while you maybe feel that energy to assert control, take it on, you're passionate about it, psychological transformation, I'm overcoming fears. Yes, I want that. But you also have to make sure that you do not step on other people to get where you want to go. You have to make sure that you are not putting somebody down to lift yourself up, right? Because Mars can also be quite inflammatory. So on a psychological level, while you're being called to confront these fears or hidden aspects of situations or yourself, when they first present themselves, there's a pretty deep emotional intensity to it. And instead of necessarily feeling empowered, you may just feel reactive. Okay, so just keep that in mind, and you will move to empowerment. That's a beautiful thing about this, okay? Now, Mars is going to go retrograde at the end of the year, so don't worry. You'll have a chance to review this area, I promise. Okay, when we get to the 11th, we see Venus move into the vibration of Capricorn, so right here into your beautiful sign. Now, Venus is also out of bounds all month long, so the way that you are attracting things to you, it's coming from places that are outside of your normal realm of doing business and having influence, and that's good news because it means that your vibration has an opportunity to change by exposing you to a new vibration that is more in alignment with what you actually want to draw towards you, okay? Now, first of all, with Venus in the 1st house of identity, the body, our external circumstances, you just get cute. Like, welcome it, say hello, Venus. Thank you for making me cute. Maybe you want to change your hairstyle, right? But Venus in Capricorn, what I like is that instead of when like Venus is in Leo and it's big and it's bold and it's just like, yeah, for you, it's like something about you takes on this air of sophistication and grace and maturity, and you radiate the charm that is attractive to other people who are into grounded and intentional living, right? Because you would be poised with a sense of strength and responsibility and long-term energy, and it does not have that superficial charm. So that Venus in this way is working to draw to you things that are really, really reliable, people that are reliable, opportunities that require you to demonstrate being reliable. Now, I will say too, Venus is Venus. So Venus likes that money and Venus likes those relationships, okay? So relationships that get initiated during this time, or new phases of relationships that get initiated during this time, are likely to be long-term, likely to be grounded, likely to be committed. And it's because Venus can only draw to you where you're at. So as you're more focused on reliability and groundedness, the quality and reliability of your connections gets to change. So if that's something that you're looking for, I love that for you. Now, on the 15th, we see Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, Saturn went retrograde in Pisces back in June. So as we're going to experience Saturn coming direct now, well, let's talk about what it was at first. First of all, when Saturn came into Pisces, it started to show us where we do and do not have mastery over Piscean themes and qualities, one of which is going to be our spiritual life, right? Our belief life, because we create things in the Piscean place. Before a chair was a chair, it was just an imaginary idea. So we create it and then we bring it into reality, okay? So what do you believe about yourself? What do you believe about your life, what you're allowed to have? Right? Where are you at in an honest spiritual practice? Because saying that you have faith in something, but actually trusting in that thing that you have faith in is a very different thing. Where are you at with understanding that your creativity is valuable? So Saturn, as it initially came into Pisces, would have started to bring these themes to the table. So as Saturn was retrograde, you were reviewing all of these things, because Saturn is that planet of structure, hard work, limits. You might have gone, damn it, there's a limit there. I am limited. I've just found the limitation, right? And it brings life lessons, which have limitations to them as well. So as we put Saturn and Pisces together, this combination just calls for grounding of your Piscean ideals. So you confront where a structure, a discipline, a belief, a spiritual practice was lacking the groundedness or lacking the perfect kind of structure to allow it to stabilize. Okay, so as Saturn is direct here now, it's in your third house space. So first of all, it's going to push you. Capricorn is going to push you. And I mean it. Saturn and Pluto are pushy planets. That's why they're best friends. Okay, it's going to push you to really take a more disciplined approach to how you communicate, a more disciplined approach to how you're learning, a more disciplined approach to how you are engaging with your siblings, your neighbors, and things like that. It's like you're refining. That's really the word I want to use. It's like you're refining how you express yourself, because you're going for clearer communication. You're going for a more structured way of thinking and communicating that people can just give and receive. Like there's not all of this confusion in the middle, right? Now, for some of you, it can be the third house is just as much about teaching as it is anything else. So you could be taking on a long-term project. Maybe you're the student, maybe you're the teacher, right? So I want to say one other thing, because this has really been, besides this idea of maybe you want to enroll and study something and write and do all of that, which I really do love for you. And please let me know in the comment section down below if that is you. I think that Saturn's influence here is also going to encourage you really highly to set boundaries in your social interactions. Or it's like you are taking on more responsibility, like whether it's in your community with neighbors or with your siblings. So because of that, that is the impetus that is making it so that you have to be more mindful of how your thoughts and your words are actually manifesting in the world, and how in general your thoughts and your words are manifesting and bringing structure into your own life, right? It's the difference between if you say I'm poor or if you say I'm broke. Those are two very different statements. If you say I'm poor, that is it. That's a lifetime thing. You are going to have to be with that for a very long time. It's very hard to get out of that mind frame, not impossible. But if you're broke, it just means you don't have any money at the moment, right? They are two very different things, as opposed to, also, are you thinking to yourself, I really want to have a different financial situation, or I want to have a different relationship with my siblings. But what's behind it is you're thinking, I'm never going to have a different relationship with money. I'm never going to have a different relationship with my siblings. See, you're going to really be looking at where your thoughts and your words manifest into structure in your actual physical life. Okay, so have a look at that. Now, on the same day, we're going to see that we've got a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus. And this particular full moon is in a conjunction with, I don't know why I just sang for you, but it's going to be in a conjunction with Uranus, probably because I'm going to talk about Uranus, right? So we're going to see that this full moon is in a conjunction with Uranus, and this is lighting up your 5th house space. Okay, so the 5th house is about children, pleasure, play, where we go to take a risk, our own self-expression. And the full moon is asking us to end something, acknowledge something, or we need to make an adjustment or a pivot. But of course, involving Uranus is going to create a really powerful and disruptive moon, because it's going to shake up the stability of things. And sometimes we have to have the breakdown so that we can have a breakthrough, right? Sometimes we haven't been able to actually end something, acknowledge something, or make the adjustment because we've been holding it too close, right? It's like, I've been holding this really dear to me. I've been holding on to this. I'm afraid to let go of this Taurus because I'm afraid I won't have material security. All of these things. And then as Uranus gets involved, you have this sudden insight, or this emotional breakthrough, or you're radically willing to change your life so that you can have security and stability. Now, in the 5th house space, more specifically, okay, changes to whatever your romantic life is. That's a whole thing. That can absolutely be on the table. Changes to your romantic relationships. And if you've been in a committed relationship for some time, the challenge that could be coming here is, of course, if the cracks are too deep, it might be falling apart for sure. But it's more like if you're in a committed relationship, it's like you're willing to allow an unexpected change in how much pleasure and fun you've been actually participating in your long-term committed relationship. Now, for those of you that are single, you can attract somebody to you, Uranus, that is like, whoa, where'd you come from? Out of the blue. Now, you do need to be mindful. What Uranus brings in sometimes is quite surprising, and it's like, wow, I would have never seen you. Give it some time. Uranus is still Uranus, because sometimes what it brings, it doesn't always leave. So, before you ride off the farm, just be sure that that person's going to stay around for a while. But other things, you can expect big changes in your creative pursuits, your relationship with children, your relationship with what you think about children. All of that can get really different, because Uranus is going to encourage you to break free from any expectations you've had that are not working out, any limiting patterns. It's going to encourage you to release items of pleasure that are no longer aligning with what you actually value. If you have children, this can also be a time when their behavior shifts in kind of an unexpected way. So that makes it so that you have to put up different kind of boundaries, or you have to rethink your approach to parenting. So I'm curious to see what that is. Please let me know how that is playing out for you in the comment section down below. Okay, on the 19th, it's the day, my friends. Pluto is leaving that Capricorn energy and going into Aquarius until 2043. So again, congratulations, Capricorn. You are the potter's pot. You're beautiful. You've been you've been shaped and into something absolutely brilliant and empowered. So good job. And thank you for being the sign that really held it down for us for 20 years. The entire world made massive changes under Capricorn energy. Okay, so now we get it in Pluto. We get Pluto in Aquarius. So first of all, we've had a dance with this for a while. We've been looking at Pluto going into and dipping into the vibration of Aquarius for some time, since 2023. And then we had a little dance there. And then we had a little dance at the beginning of 2024. So this is not new, what you've seen. The way the world is changing, because Pluto, as it returns to Aquarius, is going to have massive transformation in our society. It's our most outer planet. So it's been all about embracing change, all about challenging outdated structures, all about technology. It's been all about you finding your thing that you do authentically that allows you to fit into the new digital revolution world. So that's been a whole big deal, okay? Now, Capricorn, for you, again, it's not anything new, but what this is seeking to do, or where it's seeking to bring your attention to, is in your second house. So, the focus on your relationship with money, your material possessions, and your own self-worth and value. What do you value? You're going to continue to undergo these deep transformations in how you earn. You have to learn to earn in the new world economy. You're going to have to learn how to spend your relationship. If you did not come from a family that taught you about wealth, this is going to be a time over this next few years, it's till 2043. It's going to be a time where you are relearning that. And maybe you're even relearning that or learning it and teaching it to your children, so that there can be things like generational wealth provided, right? You're going to be tasked with really your self-worth will be tested, because it's going to be tested against a new world. All of these things that made you valuable, all of these things that made you useful in the world before, do they still stand the test of time? So particularly in relationship to all of your material security. So this is going to be a time where I think Pluto challenges you to really rethink the value that you place not only on material things, but how you interact with it. But also it's going to force you to align with the world financially in a way that allows you to have freedom. It's more free. It's innovative. Okay. So for some of you, we have to be honest. Pluto is Pluto, depending on how far off the mark you've been with your financial life. First of all, if you are really far off the mark, it's going to bring a financial crisis, right? But the financial crisis is your pain point. So don't be looking around at getting any more astrology classes. Go to a financial advisor. Learn, bring in mentors to teach you about finances, because on the other side of the crisis is renewal. It's growth. It is empowerment in your money like you've never seen before. So really dig into that, okay? As we close out this month, Capricorn, on the 21st, the sun is going to move into Sagittarius. And then when we get over here to the 25th, we see Mercury going retrograde in that Sagittarian energy as well, lighting up again your 12th house space. So it's all about the subconscious, the unconscious, the things that are going on behind the scenes. They're hidden, the research projects, the projects you're taking on behind the scenes. For some people, if there are relationships going on behind the scenes, we may be finding out a bit more information about that or rethinking those things. But more importantly, go back to November 7th and what was happening for you, what was coming up in past relationships. Where are you starting to rethink your beliefs in your creativity, in your spiritual life, right? Go back to these things, because there's some old patterns presenting themselves, and it's all about giving you an opportunity to outgrow them and to change your thinking. All right, my beautiful Capricorn friends, let me know how the month is going in the comment section down below. I love you a ton, and I will see you in December. My beautiful Aquarius friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. Where Aquarius, this month we see Pluto coming into your sign for the long haul. It is going to be rocking and rolling through your sign until 2043. But we're going to finish these last degrees of Capricorn, and we'll see that Pluto moves into your sign at the end of the month. Now, we're also going to see that Mercury is going to go retrograde and Saturn is going to come direct. So we've got a little bit of a movable month. But the thing I like about this month, Aquarius, is that we're not really pushing forward into the future. We're not really digging into the depths of the past. It's more about looking at what you have built in your year up until now, in your life up until now, and looking at it like you spread everything out on the table and you're examining it. And you're like, do I want what I have? The things that I've built, are they functioning the way that they need to? Am I happy with the progress that they're making? Is this still the dream and the vision that I have for myself? Or do I want something else, right? So you really have this very power of now, be in the moment, present reflection about what you have. And is it all that you thought it would be, or is it all that you think it can be, right? So it's really kind of a neat month, I think, in that way. So let's jump in, Aquarius, and see what the month has to offer. Starting out at the beginning of the month on the 1st, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. This is going to be lighting up your 10th house space of that public image, your career, your reputation that we call you in public, the name that we call you in public, your life's purpose. We can wrap that in there as well. So as the new moon is happening here, it's also in a trine to Saturn in Pisces. So a really nice water trine. It's brilliant. It's going to ground these seeds of intention that you are planting to begin something new in this area of your chart. So here you may be looking more towards transformation of your career, of that public image, right? Because Scorpio's intensity is going to push you to reassess not just your professional life, but your goals. What are the real goals? What motivates you? What do you want? Also, how do you want to be seen in public? What's the name that you want to be called in public? And this is not just in your career where we call you, employee or CEO, but it's also, do we call you wife? Do we call you mother? Do we call you father? Do we call you grandfather? Do we call you married? Do we call you divorced? What is the title that you carry in public? And do you like that title? So this is a time, Aquarius, for setting the stage for a new career. Plant those seeds of intention. Probably something too, because this is a water energy. It's something that's more emotionally fulfilling to you, or you feel like allows you to really transform on the path that you're on. And the 10th house, I don't think I can ever overlook, because your reputation is so tied to it. You may feel this need not only to reinvent yourself, right, in that professional realm, but also where you're like, I just have a different set of long-range goals and dreams and aspirations for myself. So you're having a personal reinvention as well. So I wouldn't be surprised for many of you if you decide to start a new job. And even if that new job is that you are finally going to launch your own business, or maybe you've had a business and now you're launching it out in a way because you've learned some skills and techniques to actually make that happen in the digital revolution. But whatever it is, I think that there's a shift in your career direction. Public recognition could be coming your way, especially if you've been working on something that reflects deeper values that you're holding, okay? Now, we are going to see that Venus and Mercury are out of bounds pretty much all month long. And that's great, because one of the first indicators it gives us is that you're going out of bounds. Your resources, your ideas, the things you're calling to you, your solutions, your thinking, they are outside of your normal sphere. And that is fantastic, because that uncomfortability of pushing you outside of your normal sphere is where you will grow. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we are experiencing that. But on the 2nd, we're going to see Mercury moves into the vibration of Sagittarius, which is expansive and optimistic. We want to explore these big ideas. I really love that. And this is lighting up your 11th house space. So friends, social media, social networks, social marketing, long-term dreams, goals, plans, designs that you have for yourself. But as Mercury is traveling through Sagittarius, these are two communication bodies. So the first thing is you could have all kinds of just really expansive social life things going on, and maybe it's even highly intellectual. right? You're curious. You're curious about a different set of people. You're curious about, maybe you're even curious about the people who are in your social networks or in your social friendship groupings. You're like, well, what do you want for yourself? You're asking more of these questions that are probing about the goals that they have for themselves. You're also probing them because you're seeing if your philosophies align, right? Because who you are running with in your social group is going to tell you a lot about where you are going. So this may be a time where you're like, hold on, I'm asking some questions because whether I know it consciously or not, I'm actually looking to be in alignment with like-minded people, and we will share the same aspirations. We will share the same philosophies. I think that we cannot forget that as we get to Pluto moving into Aquarius later in the month, we've already started to see it. We are going to start to see more and more groups of people and friendships turn and separate because people will start to differentiate. I want to go this route, and maybe the friend wants to go a different route. And if you are not on the same path, we're going to see people differentiating because they want to go a different direction. And Mercury here encourages that. It encourages the communication, especially with larger groups, And the other thing that I was thinking about for you, and some of the things that you may see, is that you may, of course, find yourself actually joining these new social groups that are more aligned with your beliefs. But also you may be inspired to really work on projects that are they have a broader impact, right? They expand the horizon for others. And maybe you're working with others in a brainstorming kind of way, whatever it is. There's more of a collective intellectualizing going on in that area. Now, you do need to be careful while Mercury is traveling through Sagittarius is that you have to watch the details because Mercury is the planet of the smaller mind. Sagittarius wants the big picture. And so you have to be mindful of broadening your horizons, but also watching out for the details of how we are going to get there. Now, on the 7th, we see Mercury move into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So just start to watch, start to take some note about what's starting to come into your field of play, especially any things in your social groupings, right? Where you are going to be maybe realigning with people. Now, Mercury is entering into that pre-retrograde shadow time at 6 degrees of Sagittarius, and it will take that retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So watch those degrees on your chart, okay? On the 3rd, we see Mars now moving into Leo. And if you haven't checked out the video I did with Nicholas Palomonakis, where we talked about Mars in Cancer to include the Mars Leo journey as well, because this is a long story taking us into January of 2025. And even then, we're not done just yet because we need to do April to June. So this is a very long story that we are going to be a part of. So as Mars is traveling through this Leo energy, first of all, it's encouraging you to move in a way that is passionate, that is confident, that is more bold. And for you, Aquarius, this is going to light up your relationship house, your 7th house. So this is conscious, chosen, one-on-one relationships, i.e., you know the people that you are working with, you know the people that you're in communication with. So you may feel a bit more bold, a bit more assertive in your one-to-one connections, right? Now, again, this doesn't have to be just romantic partners. It doesn't just have to be business partners, right? What it is first of all, it's still a Leo energy. The things that you're doing, at some level, you have a desire to be admired and appreciated by the people you are in partnership with. And that will motivate you. That strengthens the bonds between people. We think if we want to be known for something in our lives, that's just the ego speaking. Not always. Sometimes we need to exercise that particular muscle within each of us. It's about not taking it too far, right? And Mars is still Mars. So this transit can bring inflammation. It can bring conflict, or in the vibration of Leo, what I would be thinking of is competition in relationships. So, and really it's a competition because you would be like, I want to assert my dominance here. So if you're pushing for that recognition or you're pushing in a relationship, I would look at if you can kind of back out of that quite a bit, okay? But it will give you the courage to confront whatever's going on in your relationships dead on, head on, and that's a great way to just go ahead and bring resolution if you are in it for resolution and not just the fight. On the 11th, we see Venus moving into the vibration of Capricorn. Now, this is going to light up your 12th house space. And the thing we want to remember is that Venus is an attracting energy. Venus is not that hustle hard, go get it Martian energy. It's an attracting energy. So what Venus is building as you experience this transit is Venus is trying to build and construct your vibration in such a way that it can just call to you exactly what it is that you're seeking. Now, Venus in Capricorn it wants stability, wants maturity, wants reliability, wants long-term success, wants something that's steady and stabilized. So as Venus is transiting here through your 12th house space, Venus is going to put a focus on spiritual discipline for you. And maybe even, you may be valuing Venus a lot more time where you need to rest and retreat, which is interesting because you've got these other very social energies, right? So another expression of this is that you could just be listening. And the thing about the 12th house is that the 12th house is not just open for business all the time. The 12th house may be, with Venus here, it's the place where people come to meet you because you invite them in to get to know you in a deeper or more behind the scenes way. So there's a lot of calling in people and situations that are going to put you in the space for internal growth, right? You may feel drawn to spend time in that solitude, but then have people come in who are nourishing that deeper, more emotional or spiritual need that you have. Anything happening in the 12th house, but certainly with the wonderful salve that Venus can provide, has a lot to do with providing an opportunity to heal past wounds, particularly in relationships, particularly in how you understand finances. And the 12th house, all in all, the biggest thing is to give and to receive forgiveness. I think that this is forgiveness as an act of self-care is the most graceful things that I can think that we can do to it. But Venus will call some structure into this so that you can have something steady and reliable as you continue to move forward. On the 15th, we are going to see that Saturn comes direct in the vibration of Pisces. Now, we saw that Saturn went retrograde in June of this year. Okay, so as Saturn was retrograde, it was retrograding at 19 degrees of Pisces, and it comes direct at this 12 degrees of Pisces. So of course, this is lighting up for you beautiful Aquarians, that second house space. Now, the thing about the Saturn in Pisces in general is like where there has been, first of all, Saturn wants us to create structures to demonstrate mastery, right? It's coming to say, listen, you don't have all the time in the world, so we need to get building and we need to construct this in a way that it can have long-term benefit for you so that you can live and move and have your being out of that energy, right? So as Saturn has been traveling through Pisces in general, it has been showing you where the structures of this area of your life are tight and they are solid and you can build with them, or where there is a lack of that tightness, okay? So in Saturn, one of the other things that has been a real belief is a real restructuring is your belief. And I think you worked a lot about that during the retrograde, especially around your finances, around your relationships, around your own self-worth and value. Do you actually believe in your head and in your heart and in your spiritual vibration that you're allowed to have a good wage? Do you honestly believe, what's your relationship to the phrase, money is the root of all evil, right? And the second house, you get an opportunity to have a reevaluation of what that really means and what that really means to you. Because it's also, not just your finances, not just your material security, not just your relationship, but your values. What do you value? So as Saturn is direct here now, you're going to have this emphasis on the need to be responsible in managing these things. Managing your finances, but that comes at a reassessment of your values and things that you've been taught even since childhood. But this transit can help you structure your financial life. It encourages budgeting, savings, all those practical material security kind of things. And while that Pisces energy can be a bit confusing and idealistic, I think that Saturn's retrograde let you see where that needed to be tightened up. You need to have the faith and the belief structure and the mindset, a money mindset. We hear about that a lot, that you're allowed to have these things, right? That you can't just be all willy-nilly about it. So it may be a great transit for you as Saturn is direct now, one for paying off debts, making a financial plan, creating any blocks that you have got going in your spirit about self-worth, learning to align with a different set of values that are more true and authentic for you today. Now, on the same day, we are going to have a full moon that is happening in Taurus. And this full moon is going to be at 24 degrees of Taurus. I don't know if I just said that. It's at 24 degrees of Taurus. And so as this full moon is rocking and rolling, it's going to be in conjunction with Uranus. So we know hands down, we have got a little bit of an exciting moon. So this is going to light up your fourth house space. Now, the full moon is asking you to end something, acknowledge something, or to make an adjustment, right? There's an emotional culmination for you. And it's going to be around home, family, real estate, property. All domestic matters come front and center. So in the vibration here of Taurus, though, there's a material reality also still tied to this. There's something in that value system. The conjunction with Uranus shakes up the relationship that has anything to do with where you need to do renovations. And the renovations can be in your home, but they can also be in your family dynamic. And Uranus is really pushing you to break away from old emotional patterns, old family ideas and beliefs or traditions that don't actually fit the world that you're in, or that you just really don't value, Taurus. And instead, you have this encouragement to create the home environment that reflects your idea of freedom, your idea of emotional growth, right? So it's really time at this full moon to reevaluate what you've got right now in your life and what makes you feel secure, and let go of the attachments that are outdated and cannot work for you. For some of you, it is still a full moon in the fourth house. So some of you could be moving unexpectedly, or you experience an unexpected change in your family dynamics. Absolutely, those are things that can come. But remember, sometimes we have to have the breakdown before we have the breakthrough, and any old energy which can no longer sustain the vibration will be lovingly shifted out by the universe. Okay, on the 19th, here we go. Pluto is back into the vibration of Aquarius. Now, first things first is to know that, you're at the beginning of the journey. So tip your hat over there to your fellow Capricorns, because they did a good 20 years working with this energy and have come out of the other side. So you too are going to be fantastic. Now, we want to also remember that Pluto traveling in Aquarius, but Pluto being our most outer planet, but Pluto traveling in Aquarius is about profound collective transformation, and that collective transformation will bring the personal transformation. Okay, so in Aquarius, it's about innovation, it's progress, it's freedom, it's technology. So therefore, we are going to see, and we are already participating in these huge shifts in how AI, technology, new collective consciousness around different ideas of marriage and things like that have risen to the surface. Now, it's interesting because as this is going to be doing this jaunt and this travel through your sign for the next 20 some years, right? Your deep personal transformation and your urges to redefine your identity, again, are more in alignment about how you want to project yourself to the world. But I think it's more than that. Pluto does bring the pain. It does bring the fear to the surface. So you're put in a position that you're forced to confront your fears. You're forced to confront your insecurities. You're forced to look at these unconscious patterns that have you where you are currently, right? And the thing is that Pluto works below the surface, way below the surface. So you have time. When you feel the pain point rising up in your identity, go towards it, don't push away, okay? Because you can emerge from this particular transit completely transformed, more empowered, more authentic, but it's not going to be without doing a little labor, a little discomfort, a little shedding in order to get there. And the other side of Pluto is what you transform from, then you are empowered to use. Then you have personal power. Then you have powerful self-expression, right? Then you look like you are embodied and empowered, and you can teach that to other people. So it's actually a beautiful energy. It is just not without its pain points, okay? On the 21st, we see the sun move into Sagittarius, and on the 25th, we see Mercury take a retrograde at that 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So you will go on ahead and be in that retrograde zone. And this will be here in the 11th house space. So again, this is going to be where you're probably seeing yourself realign with people, or you're asking questions and letting people tell you their philosophies or what their dreams are, or you're finding the differentiation is already starting to happen, you know, and some things we're going to see absolutely is some people are going to embrace AI. Some people are not. Some people are going to want to go down the business route. Some people are not, you know, whatever it is, whatever is true and authentic for you. First of all, look at what started to come into your life in terms of these opportunities on the 7th of this month. And then also just enjoy the Mercury retrograde to show you how to rebalance this particular area, because there is nothing worse than being in a room full of people where you're expressing something that you love or that you're interested in, and all you're doing is meeting their fear or their disinterest. Get yourself in the room where the people want to talk about what you want to talk about, okay? All right, my beautiful Aquarian friends, I hope you have a gorgeous month. I love you a ton. Check the description box for all the goodies so we can connect, and I'll see you next month. Beautiful Pisces friends, and welcome to your horoscope for November of 2024. Where Pisces, this month we see Saturn coming direct in your sign, which is absolutely brilliant. It's crystallizing so much of your own personal being, your identity, your boundaries. We've been working a lot on that. Now we're going to see what you learned during the retrograde. We'll also see Pluto moving into Aquarius for the long haul, so really bringing big shifts and changes to your spirituality, to the things that you do behind the scenes, and the way that your creativity and your special sauce fit into the big collective consciousness and the world around you. I think it's going to be a really interesting month. It's not one where we're pushing so far into the past or pushing so far into the future. It's more about looking at what you have right now in your life and saying, is this, now that I have it, all that I thought it would be? You know, and if it's not, then what do I want it to be? You know, I chased a dream, I chased a vision, and I caught it. Is this what I really want? So let's take a step into this month, Pisces, and see what it has to offer for you. Right at the beginning of the month on the 1st, we've got a new moon happening at 9 degrees of Scorpio. Now, this new moon, we're planting our seeds of intention. And for you in the 9th house, it's publishing, marketing, broadcasting. It's about expanding yourself out, education, travel, these kinds of things. So this is absolutely a time where you may be planting your seeds of intention to commit to a direction of new beginnings in higher education, spiritual or philosophical exploration, travel. Maybe you want to dive deeper into some kind of spiritual or philosophical study. You know, whatever it is, there's this idea here where you want to expand your worldview, but it needs to be transformative, right? This is a scorpionic energy. So you need to be transformed by what you are spending time on. And that's going to be a really important piece of how we see you engage this energy. But just know that it is a period, especially because this lunation is also in a trine to Saturn being in your particular sign. So it's a nice water trine, that this period is about integrating your personal transformation that you've seen with Saturn traveling through your sign, and also expanding your personal worldview, your philosophy, the depths of understanding your own emotions. That's going to be a big theme that you will be working on. Now, Venus and Mercury are going to be retrograde. They're going to be out of bounds pretty much all month long. Mercury will go retrograde at the end of the month, but we are going to see that as those two are traveling in an out of bounds fashion, what it means is that the conversations that you're having with people and the type of people that you are attracting to you, or the type of situations you are attracting to you, are going to come from a place that is outside of your normal social circles. And that's great, because it means that your vibration has changed enough that you can attract a different grouping of energy to you. Now, this is going to be lighting up your 10th house space. So all of these things having to do with your personal and professional relationships. In the 10th house, it's really about your career, your soul level calling, or the title we call you in public, so your reputation. So this particular transit is going to bring a lot of focus into how you communicate your personal value, your personal mission statement, and how kind of the philosophy that you live and you're building your life on, how you're building success out of that, how what you think really influences the direction that you're going in your life. So I think that this is a wonderful transit, especially in the 10th house, besides it just being busy because it is mercurial energy. So yes, you may have more emails to be answering. You may be making more content or something like that. It's also a great time to really understand how much of your mind is playing a role in the success in your career or the success in what we know you in your title, okay? So another thing that I just want you to kind of keep in your mind is that on the 7th, we're going to see Mercury step into its pre-retrograde shadow time. So I would be starting to pay attention to what's coming up for you in your career zone. You know, do you have some offers or some opportunities are starting to come your way, and maybe you're not really sure if you want to take them or you don't want to take them, and you're sorting that all out. Start to pay attention to what's happening to you around work and your reputation as of the 7th. On the 3rd, we're going to see Mars move into the vibration of Leo. And if you've not watched the video I did with Nicholas Polomonakis, and we talked about Mars going through Cancer, but we also included the Mars through Leo journey, this transit, because we're going to be participating in it until January of 2025, but then we'll have a small break, and then we'll go back April to June of 2025. So this is a very, very long story. So as we see Mars traveling through Leo, it is lighting up your 6th house space. So first of all, it's a doing kind of transit. You may be wanting to throw yourselves into work. You maybe want to throw yourself into action in some way, maybe your health routine. You know, I would say that one thing I want you to be mindful of is with this being in the 6th house is not to throw yourself into the position of being in, like you've overdone it. You're in like overdrive. It's too much, you know, because what Mars can also do is just bring inflammation. So where there's inflammation, you may be finding yourself in your daily routine. You're having to ask if it's balanced enough to not be burning you out. Because if you're just spinning your wheels and you're just burning out, that's not, you know, we are not actually going for that. Okay. But where you need to and can assert yourself, go confidently, go boldly in that particular direction. And absolutely take it on. What do you want in your work, in your health, and your daily routine? If you're a freelancer, I also think that this transit makes you more passionate, more confident, because it, you know, it encourages you to have that bold action, but it also energizes this area of your chart. So you have a lot in your favor while you're traveling with that Mars and Leo vibration. So I wouldn't leave anything on the table, you know, go big or go home kind of vibe. On the 11th, we're going to see that Venus, who's out of bounds, is going to move into the vibration of Capricorn. Now, Venus here is an attracting in energy. It's not the hustle hard energy. It is an attracting in only kind of energy. So in the vibration of Capricorn, this is lighting up your 11th house space, okay? Friends, social groupings, social media, all things having to do with your long-range plans, goals, and designs for yourself, what you aspire to be known for, these kinds of things. And in Venus, in Capricorn, wants steady, wants reliable, wants mature, wants deeply stable. So these are the kinds of things that you're going to be looking to draw into you, especially in your social circle, right? Venus here in the 11th house is going to be full on encouragement to find those long-lasting, meaningful friendships. But they have to be focused on being reliable. Right? They have to be reliable, not just in terms of people, but reliable social networks as well. So for some of you, this could even be that you're attracting information and ads to you about the right kind of social media managers, the right kind of automation systems and things like that. So you'll likely see yourself, though, seeking out relationships with people who share the same long-term goals or ambition that you have as well. So socialize, go out, take it on, and just know that it's got a really practical tone to it, and that's okay, because essentially you are just looking to network with people who are like you and want to achieve the same long-term goals. Now, on the 15th, we have got Saturn coming direct in the vibration of Pisces, so right there in your sign. Now, as Saturn was traveling first and foremost, moving in a forward direction, we were really looking at and starting to understand the concepts of where we did not have stability, right? Something was not stable enough, where you maybe needed to pick up, or you were going to take on more life lessons, things that put you in a position to take on more personal responsibility for restructuring your identity, things that will actually let you mature in this world. So as these things have been brought to your table for review during Saturn's retrograde, hopefully you found yourself against some limitations and you were like, whoa, I need to learn to come to the other side of this. Because Pisces can kind of be the energy that's like doing a little bit hand waving. It's like, yeah, it's actually all going okay. And it's like, well, hold on a minute. We've got some boundary leaks going over here. We've got some spiritual solitude and inner reflection that you're not demonstrating mastery over. So it is an energy that gets a bit serious, gets very, very, very grounded in creating a spiritual container that can sustain you over time, while also really allowing you to express your creativity. Saturn shows you that your creativity also is something of value. And I think that that is a really big deal as we continue to travel with this Saturn and Pisces before it moves on and gets into the Aries energy. Now, on the same day, we're going to see that we've got a full moon happening at 24 degrees of Taurus, and this lights up your third house space. So first of all, the full moon is asking us to end something, acknowledge something, or to make some kind of adjustment, especially adjustments in the third house to how you are emotionally expressing yourself, or how you are emotionally expressing emotions, right? How you are expressing those things and how you are sharing your voice around those things, how you are emotionally connected to your learning or your relationships with siblings or neighbors. Because essentially what we're looking to do here at this full moon that is conjunct Uranus, bringing plenty of surprise, is break down any barriers that stop us from finding the equilibrium between our logic and our emotions. It's going to be a really nice full moon, though, that no matter what, I think you get an opportunity to practice enhancing your communication skills. So something for you to think about, Pisces, at this full moon and the 2 weeks that follow it is, how can you improve your communication skills? How can you improve what you want to communicate so that you can express your emotions a lot more efficiently and understand, Taurus, the value that they have to the relationships around you? All right, on the 19th, we've got Pluto moving into Aquarius for the long haul. We are going to see Pluto in Aquarius until 2043. So just a couple days. We'll see it there just a couple days. And this is going to be working through your 12th house space. Now, we've already seen the dance of Pluto in Aquarius. So this is not actually anything new or surprising that's coming up. Now it's just that Pluto is going to stay here and let us actually do the work. So first of all, go back into your life and start thinking about what was coming up for you, in 2023, what was showing up for you at the beginning, January of 2024, right? What was happening for you in the Aquarian area of your chart, in your 12th house space? The things that are hidden, or they are going on behind the scenes. They're maybe being built or studied behind the scenes, okay? Either way, as Pluto is going to be traveling here, it is going to really bring some transformation to your relationship with things that are hidden. And subconscious patterns come to the surface for healing, hidden fears, hidden traumas that you have. You're going to be put in a position to be forced to confront that, confront your insecurities, confront self-sabotaging behaviors, confront where you're not having the best experience because you're actually working from a position of fear. So this transit is really, it's not just painful to be painful. It's painful to be empowering, right? Because it's about spiritual regeneration. And Pluto is going to push you to release so much of that energetic and psychological garbage and baggage that you've just been carrying around, because Pluto does want you to be an empowered version of yourself. So if you need a little bit more time to have some solitude, or you find that, that you're quieted down a little bit, that's okay. Take the time for facing that healing. Take the time to have that quiet time, trust your dreams, and see what's coming up as it leads you to a healing. As we're going to close out the month on the 21st, we've got the sun moving into fellow mutable energy Sagittarius. And then on the 25th, Mercury is taking its retrograde at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. Both of these are lighting up your 10th house space. So remember going back all the way to all the things that were coming up and presenting themselves around the 7th. Now is the time where you may be actually taking a deeper dive or like a deeper look at what those opportunities were for you. Maybe an opportunity to do a presentation or to teach a grouping of people or something like that right now. Or, maybe you want to take a class and you want to get more into the philosophical ideas around it. Either way, now is going to be the time to have a really delicious, lengthy review of all of these things that are coming in, to include what do you really want in your career. Remember, I told you you're going to look at what's laid out on the table and decide, is this it? Is this really what I want? And if you find that the focus on your career that you have right now is not in alignment with your beliefs, particularly about your beliefs around money or your beliefs around being successful, this is a time to actually do that really big, beautiful review. All right, my beautiful Pisces friends, make sure you click in the description box down below to take advantage of all the goodies that are going on this month. I love you, and I'll see you next month.